Chapter 900. At that moment, Jun Wudao's three fathers were fighting in a secret subdimension of the Jun family. The Grand Elder, the Gold Elder, the Judiciary Elder, the Seven Stars sect, the Longhu sect, and even the demon race were all involved in the fight. If that was all, the demon race was already under their control. However, the Elders' Council had suddenly appeared. The Council of Elders made everything confusing, especially when the Council of Elders had clearly told his three fathers something, and now it had turned out this way. The Jun family had planned for generations, and whether they could unify the Eastern Wilderness and dominate the Eastern Wilderness depended on whether he could defeat Chu Yang in today's battle. What virtue and ability did Chu Yang have? What right did he have to steal the planning and hard work of several generations of their clan with just one battle? Jun Wudao didn't think that he couldn't defeat Chu Yang. He just felt that it was unfair. He wanted to see how strong this Chu Yang, who was valued by the Council of Elders, was, and how amazing he was. Chu Yang, if you want to fight me, then let's see if you're qualified to fight me. Suddenly, Jun Wudao sneered, and with a rumbling sound, an enormous energy field erupted. His hand shot toward Chu Yang, and then he flipped it over. Suddenly, the space around him changed, and Chu Yang felt as if he were about to be flipped upside down, spinning heaven and earth. Jun Wudao's hand was incomparably white and looked very soft, but it contained an indescribable power, an extremely terrifying power. With a flip of her hand, ripples spread out in all directions, as if the space above and below were about to be reversed. At that moment, Jun Wudao had an aura of dominating the world. In an instant, Chu Yang could feel the sharpness and powerful spiritual power emanating from his body. He also suddenly saw that the chi of heaven and earth around Jun Wudao was very complicated. He even saw the dangerous changes in the world. In the depths of the sky, there were countless vortexes that seemed like they could easily suck in a mountain. He also felt a powerful force erupting from Jun Wudao's body. As Jun Wudao breathed, Chu Yang watched as rays of sunlight entered him, transforming into warm, vital energy that became part of his life force essence. At the same time, the world's essence followed Jun Wudao's breathing and entered his body, constantly washing away the impurities in his body. At every moment, Jun Wudao's body was spotless, both inside and outside. Without relying on all kinds of food, without relying on medicinal pills, without eating the food of the mortal world, and by gathering the essence of the sun, the moon, and the essence of heaven and earth, one could maintain one's life. Is this the spirit stage? You're already completely otherworldly. The spirit realm was the formation of the spirit soul. A martial artist would have a divine bridge that connected them to the heavens and earth. They would be able to freely absorb the world's yuan qi. It was as if the heavens and earth were their own world, and they would be able to use the world's spirit qi without any restraints. This was equivalent to climbing up a tree, and they would be able to use the heavens to intimidate others. In this realm, not only would one be otherworldly, but they would also be able to see through the smallest details. They would even have a slight understanding of space-time, and they would be able to absorb the energy of different dimensions. Space-time could not be easily interfered with. Naturally, the spirit stage could not do so as well. In fact, they might not even be able to see the appearance of space-time, but they would be able to see the big picture and see the big picture. Jun Wudao's heaven and earth spinning technique was similar to Chu Yang's sky flipping seal. The only difference was that Jun Wudao was using the advantage of his realm to bully Chu Yang. If Chu Yang couldn't even deal with this, then he naturally wouldn't be qualified to fight with Jun Wudao. Jun Wudao really wanted to try and see if Chu Yang was qualified to fight with him. Chapter 901. I've been completely underestimated. Chu Yang was too lazy to care about Jun Wudao's anger. He sneered, "Jun Wudao, you want to see if I have the qualifications to fight with you, right? Then open your eyes wide and take a good look." Wong. Ripples surged out from Chu Yang's forehead. His mental energy surged out and released into the world. Then he spat out a word. "Freeze." Wong, wong, wong. An inexplicable power clashed and created ripples in the air. At the same time, Jun Wudao's feeling of the world turning upside down completely disappeared. At this moment, everyone only felt that Chu Yang and Jun Wudao were like two armies confronting each other. They were fighting over an important place of life and death. If one side occupied it, the other would immediately take it back. This cycle repeated endlessly until one side died. Wong, wong, wong. The ripples in the air became even larger. It sounded like the battle cries of the two armies. It also sounded like the blood of the two armies flowing into a river. Behind Jun Wudao, three divine bridges entered the void and connected her to the heaven and earth. Chu Yang's entire body seemed to be a big array. Every acupoint was an array seal. His internal organs were also array seals. His meridians and bones were array patterns. His entire body seemed to be a huge array seal. It was as if he was embedded in the void. If the entire world was Jun Wudao's paradise, then the entire world was Chu Yang's huge array. Rank 5 Array Master. A Rank 5 Array Master could fight against a Spirit Stage Expert. With the help of an array, they could kill a Spirit Stage Expert. Although there was no array, a Rank 5 Array Master like Chu Yang's understanding of the world was definitely not inferior to Jun Wudao. In fact, it was far superior to Jun Wudao. Therefore, even without the formation, it was impossible for Jun Wudao to suppress Chu Yang with the advantage of being at the spirit stage and the connection between the heavens and the earth. Rank 5 Array Master. This little bastard is already a Rank 5 Array Master. How is this possible? Long Feast's eyes bulged, and his mouth opened so wide that a rock could be stuffed in. He majored in formations, so he was the most sensitive to the fluctuations of formations. Therefore, he was the first person to see through what Chu Yang was relying on. At the same time, he was the one who was the most shocked. Even Long Feast, an old man, had not reached the 5th-tier Array Master level. How could he not be shocked when Chu Yang had already reached it? Long Feast couldn't help but recall that in the Huanma secret territory, Chu Yang had formed the heaven, earth, and man seals the first time he tried to form an array seal and fuse the 3 seals together. Only then did he form various basic seals from top to bottom. For Chu Yang, the basic seal technique was not difficult at all. He did not need to learn it at all. Therefore, he knew very well how long Chu Yang had been studying array formations. From Long Feast's calculation, Chu Yang had only used half a year to become a Rank 5 Array Master. As for him, he was already old. He was about to die of old age, but he was only at the peak of a Rank 4 Array Master. Hashtag dollar, hashtag dollar, hashtag dollar. Long Feast lost his composure and cursed loudly. God, aren't you being too biased? This little bastard has only been studying array formations for half a year, and he's already a Rank 5 Array Master. Can you be even more ridiculous? Chapter 902. The 5 Elements sect disciples were stunned when they saw Long Feast stomping his feet and cursing. They did not mock him because a level 5 Array Master was too shocking, especially when they heard that Chu Yang had only used half a year to become a level 5 Array Master. This made their minds go blank. Sui Yunfu and Du Guangbua couldn't laugh either. If it was in the past, they would have laughed and looked down on Long Feast. However, they understood Long Feast's feelings too well right now. Long Feast had painstakingly studied arrays and put all his thoughts on arrays. He had no time to care about other things. He was usually very sloppy and was called Sloppy Big Uncle by Chu Yang. However, he had not obtained what he had diligently sought, while Chu Yang had obtained it so easily. They could imagine how he felt. At this time, Bai Sansi and Liu Tianrui completely understood why they could not even take a slap from Chu Yang. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he was a level 5 Array Master was something they could not handle. Little brother is already a level 5 Array Master. Chu Na, who was in the crowd, was also shocked. She had never expected this. However, none of them knew about Chu Yang's experience, nor did they know that Chu Yang had the heaven-defying Destiny Twins martial spirits. With his powerful deduction ability, whether it was a raise or martial arts. It was too easy for Chu Yang. Fuck. The parrot was also cursing. This immoral son of a bitch has a trump card. I knew it. Look at this immoral son of a bitch. If he dares to be so arrogant, how can he not have some tricks up his sleeve? I can't rebel. I can't rebel even if I'm beaten to death. The parrot made up its mind and said, if I don't understand this immoral son of a bitch, I can't rebel even if you beat me to death. However, it suddenly thought of how easily Chu Yang had dealt with the desolate demons and the sea god on Emperor Island. With just a sleep, he had killed 2 big shots that the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness had not been able to kill for so many years. Its thoughts of rebellion were completely extinguished. This immoral son of a bitch was an existence that made it despair. Jun Wudao, you can put away this little trick of yours. Chu Yang said scornfully, you don't have the ability to suppress me with just this. As for my ability, you've already seen it. Do I have the qualifications to teach you a lesson? You're just a level 5 array master. Chu Yang, you're just qualified to fight me. Jun Wudao was furious. You don't have the ability to teach me a lesson. Shua. As soon as he moved, the 5-colored spirit chi under his feet surged and exploded into a 5-colored light. When he moved, his body moved like lightning, and a 5-colored radiance flashed, as if a 5-color god was flashing. Shua. Chu Yang also used the 5-element spirit chi, and his body also shone with a 5-colored radiance. He also looked like a 5-color god. The two of them flashed repeatedly in midair, creating afterimages and countless afterimages. However, the strange thing was that the two of them did not exchange blows. Instead, it was as if the two of them were competing to see whose footwork was more dazzling and cool. 5 elements, heaven ascending steps. Almost at the same time, the peak masters and elders of the 5 elements sect instantly recognized Jun Wudao's footwork. This footwork was one of the 5 elements sect's secret techniques. At the very least, one needed to cultivate the various elements of the 5 elements and make them circulate in order to be able to use it. This footwork was naturally exquisite, and there were few footwork techniques in the Eastern Wilderness that could compare to it. Chapter 903. Chu Yang seems to be using the 5 elements heaven ascending steps as well. His 5 elements heaven ascending steps seems to be even more exquisite. Turning left instead of right, and turning right instead of left, it's very easy to confuse others and even cause them to feel a sense of confusion. What kind of footwork is that? It's definitely the 5 elements heaven ascending steps. However, this little bastard has made great improvements to the 5 elements heaven ascending steps and incorporated many of his own things into it. The sudden appearance of the aged voice caused the people from the 5 elements sect to be stunned. When the others looked over, they were all dumbfounded. The one who spoke was the judiciary elder. At this moment, the hunchback judiciary elder narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Yang like a deer stretching its neck. The judiciary elder wasn't the only one. When the judiciary elder suddenly appeared, many people couldn't help but exclaim, Supreme Elder, Elder Jean, sect leader. This wasn't the most shocking thing for the 5 elements sect. They saw the resurrection of the dead, the 4 emperors of the 4 countries. Emperor Wei of Wei country, Emperor Wu of Wu country, Emperor Qi of Qi country, Emperor Han of Korea. Old sect leader. Other than the 4 emperors of the 4 countries, there were many other people whose identities were unknown. However, all of them had powerful auras. Wen Yin Fu, Long Feast, Chao Ju, and the others looked at one of them carefully. They couldn't help but exclaim. The 5 elements sect was shocked. Hadn't the previous sect leader of the 5 elements sect died many years ago? Everyone was shocked. Don't make a fuss over nothing. The previous sect leader of the 5 elements sect said, I just saw 2 outstanding juniors and couldn't help but come out to take a look. His words dispelled the doubts in the hearts of the 5 elements sect disciples. The previous sect leader's death should be a cover. He just retired before he died. As for the others, the 5 elements sect disciples couldn't recognize them at all. Many of them were even wearing masks. They definitely didn't want to expose their identities. It could be said that those who were supposed to be here were all here. The Five Elements sect disciples couldn't help but feel relieved. With the previous sect leader of the Five Elements sect, the current sect leader, the Supreme Elder, and Elder Gene, it was impossible for anything uncontrollable to happen. At this moment, everyone calmed down and focused on the battle. However, they didn't know how many things had happened. They didn't know that both sides had stopped fighting and let Chu Yang and Jun Wudao decide the final result. Mysterious person, Supreme Elder, Gold Elder, and Judiciary Elder, the four emperors of the four countries. Uncle, second uncle, father. At the same time, Chu Yang and Jun Wudao couldn't help but be surprised. Jun Wudao knew the general process, but Chu Yang's face was full of confusion. Suddenly, all these big shots jumped out, and his mind was in a mess. His heart was full of questions, and it was like a dense cloud of fog. The four emperors of the four countries came back from the dead. This was still okay. After all, the mysterious person, the previous sect leader of the Five Elements sect, had reminded him vaguely. However, what was the situation in front of him? The two sides were so close that they didn't seem to want to fight at all. What the hell is going on? Chu Yang shouted in his heart. The former sect leader of the Five Elements sect saw that Chu Yang was confused and said, "Little bastard, focus. The victory or defeat depends on you. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. Just remember this." Bullshit. Chu Yang was depressed. Curiosity was like a cat scratching his heart. He secretly transmitted a message to the parrot, and the parrot immediately jumped out. Pew! The parrot pointed at the former sect leader of the Five Elements sect with its featherless wings and shouted, "That thing! How dare you make my master confused? You deserve to die 10,000 times. You'd better start from the beginning, or I'll give you the number one set meal. I'll strip you naked and hang you up to dry." Whoosh! With that, the parrot fled. It cursed in its heart. That wicked thing! What did he want this divine bird to do? That thing is an old antique, the former sect leader of the Five Elements sect. If he eats this divine bird won't even have a place to cry. Ha! The parrot's fleeing appearance was ridiculous. It was like a fox stroking a tiger's whiskers and then running away. There's no need to compete with the Five Elements Heaven Ascension steps. You're not as good as him. Jun Tianqiu, the sect leader of the Five Elements sect, said in a thunderous voice. As soon as he spoke, Jun Wudao stopped in midair. Chapter 904. Who's stronger? Who's the strongest in the Eastern Wilderness? Chu Yang floated in the air like a cloud and said, "I don't care who's the strongest in the Eastern Wilderness. I don't like that title, but if you want to know who's stronger, I can give you a clear answer." After a slight pause, Chu Yang shook his head at Jun Wudao and said, "Jun Wudao, you're not strong enough?" Then he looked directly at Jun Tianqiu, the sect master of the Five Elements sect, and said, "To be honest, I've been thinking about how to kill this bastard since the beginning." Jun Tianqiu, bastard? Chu Yang was going to kill Jun Tianqiu of the Five Elements sect. At that moment, everyone present thought they had misheard. No wonder Chu Yang was so arrogant and even killed the sect master's son. Understanding was one thing, but everyone was still incomparably shaken and shocked. Chu Yang was simply, they couldn't describe him. Words like arrogant or savage couldn't describe Chu Yang's current conduct. "Chu Yang, how dare you?" Lu Tianrui, Song Yanyan, Bai Sansi, and Dong Fenghe were furious. Chao Ju, Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, and the others were also stunned. Even Jun Tianqiu, the sect master of the Five Elements sect, was stunned. What a big heart! The Supreme Elder, the Golden Elder, the Judgment Elder, and the former sect leader of the Five Elements sect shook their heads and smiled bitterly after recovering from their shock. It was obvious that this little bastard, Chu Yang, had never held any hope for them at all. The two old men who had been hiding in the dark could not help but laugh. This boy is too arrogant. If he doesn't have the ability to match him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Judging from his behavior, he's not a brainless person. It seems that he really has some tricks up his sleeve. If that is the case, then this child is extraordinary. Our decision can only be said to be wise. In the field, Jun Tianqiu, the sect master of the Five Elements sect, was stunned for a moment before he said, "Chu Yang, if you win against my Taoist sword, I will give you a chance to kill me. I will only attack and not defend. Let me see how strong you are." "Ha!" Chu Yang laughed out loud. "Sect leader, very good. Then wait for me. I promise to make your nephew accept his defeat wholeheartedly." "Chu Yang, don't be so arrogant." Jun Wudao was so disregarded that her lungs were about to explode. Smoke seemed to be coming out of her 7 orifices. "It's none of your business whether I'm savage or not." Chu Yang laughed and said, "Make your move. I'm still in a hurry to kill your uncle." "Damn you." Jun Wudao trembled with anger. He was Jun Tianqiu's nephew. Jun Tianqiu wasn't necessarily his uncle. It was his uncle's fault. Such words were the greatest disrespect to him, as well as the greatest disdain and contempt. "It's none of your business whether I deserve to die or not. Just make your move. I'm still in a hurry to go, so don't waste my time." Everyone was speechless at Chu Yang's behavior. As for Chao Ju and the others, they could only say that this was very Chu Yang. "Die! Rumble!" Jun Wudao punched out in fury. Using the 5 elements heaven ascending steps, 5-colored light flashed around her as she punched straight at Chu Yang. Instantly, heaven and earth rumbled. This punch contained water, frost, snow, ice, water vapor, and so on. It was as if this punch contained all of the elements of water, converging them into a single point. Chapter 905. Rumble. As the punch came, huge waves appeared in the void, one after another. The water was vast, as if it was a flood, as if the Milky Way was pouring down in torrents. It was also as if a corner of the world of water had been opened. Good. Chu Yang also punched out a fist. The water's spiritual energy surged violently, and huge waves surged. The entire place was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness, and the sound of stormy waves was incessant. It was also a water fist. When the fist was thrown out, the river was like a dragon, rushing to the east. The lake was vast and misty. Although there was no ice or snow, it was more vast and broad. In front of the fist, there seemed to be a vast ocean. All rivers in the sea. Chu Yang had the river martial spirit visualization diagram and a lake martial spirit visualization diagram. The lake martial spirit visualization diagram was one from the peak master of the water element peak. At first glance, the crowd felt as if they had jumped out of the heavens and earth, overlooking the whole world and seeing countless rivers rushing to the sea, not giving an inch to an all, meeting force with force. The pupils of Jun Tianqiu, the sovereign of the 5 Elements sect, couldn't help but shrink. His nephew, Jun Wudao, had used the water element of the 5 Elements, and Chu Yang had also used the water element to deal with it. It seemed that Chu Yang was deliberately trying to make his nephew Jun Wudao accept his defeat. It was a shocking sight. Jun Tianqiu was surprised when the 2 fists collided. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound, as if 2 torrents had collided. A water column shot up to the sky. At the same time, endless mist filled the air, shrouding the 2 of them in an instant. The collision between the 2 of them caused a huge explosion of energy. The water's spiritual energy was completely vaporized into white mist. In an instant, the mist filled the air and covered the surroundings. It completely blocked one's line of sight and covered the 2 of them. The next moment, it was as if a big fireball rose from the horizon, dispelling the fog. Jun Wudao's figure appeared first, wrapped in raging flames. The raging flames burned a lot of moisture in the air, making crackling sounds. At this moment, Jun Wudao was like a living creature in the flames. The void there was like a piece of iron, burning red. It was scary to look at. Bang! Tongues of flame suddenly burst out and soared into the sky. On the other side, Chu Yang also quickly appeared. His body was not wrapped in flames, but the spirit chi in his fist was surging like magma. It was as if his fist was the mouth of a volcano. Without any words, the 2 of them exchanged blows again. As soon as the 2 of them came into contact, a boom rang out. It was as if flames had erupted. A wave of flames shot up into the sky and raged through the 9 heavens. The flames splashed out in all directions and fell into the crowd like a small boat returning late at night, startling a group of gulls and herons. Everyone cried out in alarm as they fled in all directions. Chaos ensued. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, Chu Yang's and Jun Wudao's fists changed at the same time. Both of them were filled with great vitality fluctuations. As the spiritual energy surged, a green radiance shone out. Both of their fists seemed to be divine seeds that were about to sprout, break out of the ground, and grow into giant trees. They would become heavenly pillars that would support the heavens. What are the two of them doing? Their moves and spiritual energy are exactly the same. How can a battle of life and death be so straightforward? There's nothing else. Are the two of them fighting each other? Many people felt that something was wrong. The two former and current sect leaders of the Five Elements sect, as well as the Supreme Elder, Elder Gold, and the Elder of the Judiciary, had already seen it clearly. The two of them were deliberately trying to convince each other. They were competing in terms of strength and ruthlessness. Who was stronger in water? Who was stronger? 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 Rumble. Chapter 906. This time, at the center of the collision, a green light soared into the sky. A giant tree suddenly grew out of the center of the collision, reaching straight into the sky. Although it was only for a moment, everyone was fiercely shocked by this scene. The battle between these two had actually produced such a miraculous scene. At the same time, it made everyone almost suffocate. These two were simply too strong, too strong. It was not an exaggeration to say that the battle between these two would determine who was the strongest person in the Eastern Wilderness. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the five most basic elements in the world. The five elements were also the most basic elements. Every martial artist would come into contact with them. The five elements were not rare, but the five elements were easy to understand but difficult to master. If one could comprehend the essence of the five elements, it would turn something rotten into something magical. Its power would be astonishing, and no one could resist it. But how difficult was it to comprehend the essence of the five elements? Among millions of people, perhaps only 2 or 3 could do it. Chu Yang and Jun Wudao, these two were obviously 2 of those 2 or 3. The battle between the five elements and the wood element had actually produced such a miraculous scene. I understand, these two are competing with the five elements. They have abandoned all their moves and are competing with the profound meaning of the five elements. Five Elements Sect, Five Elements Sect. We are all disciples of Five Elements Sect, and the five elements are the most basic and also the most profound meaning of our Five Elements Sect. Whoever has the better understanding of the five elements will be the strongest, and that person will be the #1 genius of Five Elements Sect. These two should be going all out, clashing head-on. Each of their attacks is real, without the slightest bit of exaggeration. They are both holding a ruthless force, wanting to beat each other until they are convinced. In a life and death battle between martial artists, there are all kinds of tricks and combinations. How could it be like this? Each of their attacks was so direct, clashing head-on. Now, Chu Yang and Jun Wudao were like two people. One could lift 1,000 gene cauldron, the other could lift 1,000 gene cauldron. This was not a life and death battle at all, but they were showing off to each other. However, this kind of showing off was also the most dangerous kind of showing off. The fight between the two of them was now a contest of the most fundamental nature. It didn't look like much, but it was extremely dangerous. If one's understanding of the five elements was not as good as the others, they would immediately be seriously injured upon contact. They would suffer a crushing defeat, and there would be no turning back. At that moment, everyone from the Five Elements sect could see how dangerous the battle between the two was. They couldn't help but hold their breaths as they stared at the two people in the air without blinking. Perhaps in the next moment, the outcome of the battle between the two would be decided. Without any words, Chu Yang and Jun Wudao exchanged blows again. Their fists were covered in a yellow mist, but in the center of their fists, there seemed to be a black and yellow aura lingering. Their fists were extremely heavy at this moment. Their fists were like a mountain and a star. When the crowd looked over, they immediately felt a great weight and heaviness. It was as if their gazes had been distorted by this heaviness. In fact, their gazes had been crushed and broken. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. The loud sound was like an avalanche, like a landslide, like a continuous thunderclap. Dazzling light burst out, and in the center of the light, a towering mountain appeared, as if it was real. It was as if the two of them had moved a mountain in front of the crowd. The magical scene appeared again. The fight between Chu Yang and Jun Wudao was getting more and more intense, and the sparks that flew out were getting more and more dazzling everyone's eyes. After the 4 elements of the 5 elements, water, fire, wood, and earth, it was just as people had expected. The next blow was a blow of metal. In the air, a platinum storm broke out, and a sharp whistling chi was raging. The spiritual chi of metal splashed in all directions like thousands of arrows. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, and 18 kinds of weapons appeared one by one. Chapter 907. You do have the right to be arrogant. In terms of the comprehension of the 5 elements, there's finally someone in the entire eastern wilderness who can compete with me. The two of them stopped for a while. Jun Wudao's eyes were like 2 divine lamps. His gaze was like fire, and his voice was like a knife, filled with killing intent. If you feel uncomfortable, then feel uncomfortable. What's there to hide? Chu Yang sneered. My comprehension of the 5 elements is not inferior to yours. You must be very shocked now. Hearing this, the people of the 5 elements sect were stunned. The reason why Jun Wudao was the divine son of the 5 elements was that his 5 martial spirits corresponded to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Therefore, it could be said that the 5 elements were Jun Wudao's strongest point. But this strongest point couldn't do anything to Chu Yang. He even suddenly discovered that in the unparalleled path of the 5 elements, there was someone who was not inferior to him and could be on par with him. It was definitely not a good feeling. The 5 elements are Jun Wudao's pride. He must be feeling terrible now. The people of the 5 elements sect could not help but have such a thought. At this moment, Jun Wudao did not show any frustration on his face, but when he spoke just now, everything was clear without a doubt. Terrible. Jun Wudao did not admit it. His pale and sickly face suddenly turned cold, as if covered with a layer of frost, emitting rays of cold light. You think too much. That was just my basic means. I did not use my full strength. Rumble. As soon as Jun Wudao's voice fell, the spiritual chi in his body surged like waves. Endless 5-colored light burst out from his body, instantly making his whole body bright and transparent. His internal organs could be seen clearly. Immediately, a divine lamp entered his heart. A green light entered his lungs. A yellow dragon entered his spleen. A halberd entered his lungs. And finally, what seemed to be a mountain-sized water droplet entered his kidneys. After that, his internal organs became even brighter, as if there were 5 gods in them, forming a cycle of the 5 elements. The 5-colored light became even more dazzling. At this moment, Chu Yang only felt that in the depths of Jun Wudao's 5 internal organs, there seemed to be many spatial coordinate points that communicated with the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and so on. Besides, when he breathed, he released the pure essence of the 5 elements, which made Jun Wudao's body even more powerful. Dong dong dong. Inside Jun Wudao's body, the sound of war drums was like thunder. As his pulse throbbed, it resonated with his heart, and the sound of rolling thunder erupted. His heart was like a heavenly drum, and his pulse was like angry thunder. The sound of the heavenly drum and raging thunder appeared on Jun Wudao's body at the same time, which meant that she had used the 5 elements' ultimacy to the maximum. 5 viscera. What was that thing that entered his 5 viscera? Chu Yang felt that Jun Wudao's 5 elements, qi, had suddenly risen by a level. His eyes narrowed slightly, but the exclamation of the crowd immediately let him know the answer. The heaven and earth lamp, sharp golden halberd, first yuan heavy water, phoenix wood, yellow dragon sand, and the divine sun's 5 martial spirits have entered his 5 viscera. His 5 viscera are like gods. 5 viscera. Who can be a match for the divine sun? That's right. If the divine sun had used this method, he could have killed Chu Yang with 1 punch. How could he have let him withstand 5 punches? The supporters of the 5 elements divine sun clamored and shouted arrogantly. Their voices were completely on Jun Wudao's side, suppressing Chu Yang's mind. Ga. Suddenly, there was a strange laughter that suddenly stopped everything. When everyone looked over, they saw that it was the featherless parrot. Chapter 908. By the way, as an apology, I'd like to remind you, the parrot went on, although my master cultivates the 9 basic elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness, he's never been serious about anything. He's been digging holes here and there, picking up girls here and there, stealing chickens in the south, and groping dogs in the north. He's been busy all this time, so don't force him to get serious. If he gets serious, even I'm scared. Oof. You animal, you're just a mishmash. What are you so proud of? As soon as Lu Tianrui opened his mouth, the parrot snapped. Hey, that thing. How dare you attack me with your parrot form? Afterwards, it said disdainfully, you have no eyesight, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. How shameful. I really admire your courage. Didn't you see that my master used a bit of brain power in the first punch? The other 4 were all imitations. Who do you think my master is? The 5 elements are nothing. Do you think he needs to learn them? It's easy for him to learn and apply them. You're still so proud of yourself. Was there really such a person? Everyone shook their heads. The parrot was talking like a firecracker. TCH. The parrot said disdainfully, you people don't have good eyesight. Open your eyes and take a look. Those of you with good eyesight go. Pointing its wings at Jun Tiancho and the Prime Elders, it said proudly, did you see that? They've been enlightened. They've been petrified. Jun Tiancho and the others were petrified. Now that they thought about what the parrot had just said, they realized it was true. Hiss. The 2 old men who were hiding in the dark didn't notice it just now. At this moment, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as they looked at each other in shock. Jun Wudao came to his senses, but still couldn't believe it. He looked over at Jun Tiancho. Jun Tiancho reined in his shock and said calmly, hard work makes up for stupidity. Talent isn't everything. In other words, he agreed with the parrot. A tremor ran through Jun Wudao. Rumble. A huge uproar broke out in the crowd. How is this possible? How could someone like that exist in the world? He just glanced at someone and learned their profundity. That's impossible. I don't believe it. It's unbelievable. If that's the case, who could possibly be a match for him? Chu Yang now had the heart to strangle the parrot. Although it had good intentions, Chu Yang did not want to become a monster and be studied by others. Jun Wudao, come back to your senses. Don't listen to that parrot. I'm a decent person. A decent person? Who would believe that? After the initial shock, Jun Wudao quickly calmed down. Her killing intent was as sharp as a knife. That's for the best. Killing you will show off my ability. That's more like it. What kind of tone was that? It was as if an elder was criticizing a junior. Jun Wudao, watch out. I'm going to make a move. Wong. The void suddenly shook as if it was struck by an invisible force. It was as if it was about to collapse. At this moment, it was as if time had frozen. The moment Chu Yang released his aura, everyone felt a chill run through their hearts. They were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. They didn't understand what had happened. It was as if a demon had just broken out of the seal, or as if a ferocious beast had suddenly appeared beside them. Wong. After that, Chu Yang made his move. He moved extremely fast and turned into a beam of light. In an instant, his fist hit the void and strangely made a violent trembling sound. 5 elements palm. Jun Wudao shot out a huge palm. The The five-colored palm covered the sky and met the attack head-on. Boom! It was as if a thunder had exploded, shaking the world. The violent energy surged in all directions like a tide. Crackle! It was as if the wind had swept away the clouds and washed the sand. There was nothing in the void, but at this moment, it suddenly made everyone feel that it was cleaner. Chapter 909. The spectators were shocked. They were afraid that they would be affected, so they immediately distanced themselves from the battle. It was hard for them to imagine that Chu Yang, who was only at the peak of the ascending soul realm, could unleash such a terrifying attack. Buzz! Chu Yang's eyes shone brightly, and his fist emitted a dazzling light. It was like a burning divine flame. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was hard to imagine how powerful such a punch was. Bang! Jun Wudao still used the five elements palm. The five-colored palm seemed to have descended from the sky. It was horrifying, and the void trembled. Rumble! Chu Yang took the initiative to attack. It was the second time he attacked. He unleashed an endless storm, and spiritual energy surged like a tsunami. At this moment, the two of them were like two gods clashing. Why is that bastard Chu so abnormal? His physical body is ridiculously strong. Jin Duo was so shocked that he bit his tongue. He can fight against the spirit stage with just his physical body. Jun Tiancho's expression was solemn. The Supreme Elder and the others were also shocked. Oh my God! The parrot was already wailing in its heart. It felt that it had no hope of rebelling against Chu Yang. It was completely unnecessary for it to come out just now. Boom! Jun Wudao, who was in the midst of the fierce battle, naturally discovered that Chu Yang's physical body was ridiculously strong. He also felt it the most. The blood in Chu Yang's body surged violently. If it was an ordinary person, they would have exploded. Rumble! Jun Wudao continued to defend passively. Chu Yang's figure was like a ghost, and he was extremely fast. After another collision, Jun Wudao finally found an opportunity to attack. He formed a seal with both hands, and a mountain appeared above his head. It was lush and verdant, and faintly, there were birds and beasts on it. It looked like a real mountain. What kind of seal is this? Everyone was shocked, and their pupils trembled. The momentum was too great. The mountain towered in the air, and there were even birds and beasts flying around. Rumble! The void trembled. The mountain was too big, and it fell down, shaking everyone's mind. Everyone's expression changed. Such a seal technique was too terrifying. Most of the people present believed that they wouldn't be able to receive it with their physical body. Even if they were at the spirit stage, they would probably be smashed into minced meat. The five-element seal's moving mountain seal, you are indeed extraordinary. You came at the right time. The five-element seal. Previously, when Chu Yang knocked out the so-called five elements divine child, who was Jun Wudao's younger brother, Jun Yudao, he had obtained many five-element sex cultivation techniques from Jun Yudao. The five-element seal was one of them. Chu Yang didn't dodge or evade and directly attacked. He laughed heartily and threw a punch. His fist broke through the heavens, surging for dozens of miles. Below the stage, many people felt a piercing pain in their ears, as if their eardrums had been shattered. Chu Yang punched the sky with his bare hands, shattering the moving mountain seal with a single punch. Rumble! The great mountain collapsed, and Jun Wudao's expression changed. He was absolutely no match for such a physical body. He was afraid that Chu Yang would close in and use the mountain-moving seal again. Buzz! The towering mountain, as if it had really moved from somewhere else, smashed down on Chu Yang. Bang! Chu Yang met the attack head-on and shattered the great mountain once again. However, Jun Wudao's spiritual energy was inexhaustible. He continued to form seals and slammed down 7 or 8 moving mountain seals in succession. The advantage of the spirit stage was that the heavens and earth were like one's own paradise. The spiritual energy would almost never run out. This feels great. Chu Yang wasn't afraid. Instead, he was happy. No one had been able to let him display his divine power to his heart's content. He laughed heartily. Third revolution of the primitive martial, third revolution of the chi soul, and third revolution of the ascended soul, unleashing a ninefold burst of power. His divine power surged like a burning, sacred flame. His entire body shone with boundless radiance. He was unstoppable and unstoppable. All the mountains were destroyed by him. His divine power was monstrous, and it suppressed the eastern wilderness. No one could compare to him. Outside of the arena, everyone was flabbergasted. The parrot's eyes were as big as copper bells as it cursed in its heart. "You damned heavens! This immoral bastard is so abnormal. How do you expect me to rebel? How am I supposed to take revenge for my wings and feathers? How am I supposed to take revenge?" Even the powerful Jun Wudao's expression completely changed at this moment. He was shocked. He had never seen such a heaven-defying character. "Jun Wudao, be careful." Chu Yang visualized the void assassin, martial soul, and disappeared into the void. Assassination? Not good. Jun Wudao was shocked. How could he not know about Chu Yang's means? However, it was already too late. Chu Yang arrived in an instant, and his fist smashed down like a sun. Rumble. While Jun Wudao dodged, he also threw out a punch. The five-colored fist blocked Chu Yang's pursuit, and a rumbling sound shook the entire Tu Yuan secret realm. Bang! Although he dodged and blocked Chu Yang's approach, the shocking force was still transmitted to his body, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Chu Yang was unforgiving. His speed was even faster, and hundreds of illusory figures appeared. His illusory figures were everywhere, and all of them were bombarding Jun Wudao. In the end, all the illusory figures gathered together to form an immortal and indestructible true body. The radiance illuminated the heaven and earth, and the divine power was turbulent like waves. Punch after punch, Jun Wudao dealt with it tiredly. In just a few moments, Chu Yang had already thrown out countless punches. Every punch seemed to cause the void to collapse. Finally, Jun Wudao could no longer keep up with Chu Yang's rhythm. He was smashed down from the sky and blasted into the ground. The ground shook and cracked, and dust rose to the sky. You can't do it. Chapter 9-10. Within the two circles' secret realm, it was silent. Only Chu Yang's domineering voice could be heard. Jun Wudao's advantage in the spirit realm couldn't do anything to Chu Yang. His five elements realm was the strongest, but Jun Wudao didn't have the slightest advantage in the five elements realm. In terms of physical strength, Jun Wudao wasn't as good as Chu Yang. Chu Yang only used his assassination techniques and relied on his powerful physical body to beat Jun Wudao to the point that he couldn't even fight back. Everyone in the five elements sect saw these 3 points. They felt that Jun Wudao might not be Chu Yang's opponent. On the ground, in the huge pit, after the smoke and dust dispersed, Jun Wudao's figure was nowhere to be seen. His figure became indistinct and disappeared completely in front of everyone's eyes. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He stood in midair and scanned his surroundings, guarding against his opponent's thunderstrike. He might seem arrogant, but he was actually very careful. Everyone present was also searching, sizing up their surroundings. "Your expressions are ridiculous. Will I lose to Chu Yang?" Jun Wudao's voice came out. This sentence was directed at everyone present. Obviously, everyone thought that he would definitely lose, which hurt his self-esteem and made him extremely angry. Arrogant when you have the upper hand. Chu Yang is talking about people like you. I only gave you a slight advantage, and you're already so arrogant. Don't be happy too early. A voice came from the sky, and a five-colored figure appeared. His entire body emitted a five-colored radiance. His pulse was like thunder, and his heartbeat was like a war drum. His bones were vibrating and crackling. Boom! Spiritual aura soared into the sky and surged around him like an ocean. Jun Wudao's eyes flashed, and his killing intent was like a blade. He said coldly, "Chu Yang, you won? What a joke. This is just the beginning." Everyone was shocked. Jun Wudao's recovery was amazing, and her momentum was even stronger than before. It was as if she had never been injured, and there was a monstrous spirit behind her. How terrifying is that bastard Chu Wudao's body? Even a mountain would crumble under his one punch. Jun Wudao suffered so many punches. She must have had her bones and tendons broken, but she recovered completely in such a short time. This is too terrifying. Chao Ju, Chu Na, and the rest of the Five Elements sect's disciples were incomparably shocked. As expected, Jun Wudao's potential is no less than that of the great emperor of the eastern wilderness. Chao Rong, Sui Yunfu, and the others had serious expressions, while Lu Tianrui, Song Yangyan, and the others were overjoyed. The great supreme elder and the others were surprised. They knew that Jun Wudao was going to use her trump card. It was hard to say who would win. Jun Wudao descended from the sky and stood in front of Chu Yang. At this moment, the spiritual qi around him was surging, and his killing intent was spreading in all directions. Rumble. An imposing figure appeared behind him. His body was pitch black, and there were streaks of multicolored qi coiling around his body like dragons. Poisonous gas soared into the sky. He was wearing a multicolored battle armor and had a green face and fangs. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and each of his 6 arms was holding a variety of poisonous blades. At the same time, on this figure, large bubbles appeared and disappeared and reappeared again. They emitted a foul stench and black smoke. It was terrifying and horrifying, as if it was a rotten, poisonous corpse. Then, Jun Wudao's palm came slapping down. The giant palm covered the sky, and the sky shook. Sizzling sounds could be heard in the void, as if the void had been corroded into a hole. Poison King's great palm. The palm came down, and in an instant, everyone felt that the world was about to collapse. The world was about to be transformed into a world of poison, and the billowing poisonous gas made people's scalp tingle. Chapter 9:11. Rumble. It was as if Chu Yang had pulled up a mountain. A majestic mountain appeared in his hand. There were ancient trees, birds, and beasts. There was even a scene of a waterfall falling from the 9th heaven like the Milky Way. Then, he fiercely threw it towards the incoming big hand. Moving a mountain and throwing people. How domineering. Chu Yang was using the moving mountain print from Jun Wudao's 5 Elements palm print. At this moment, he used it, but it was very different from Jun Wudao's moving mountain print. The mountain was like a demonic mountain, but it didn't seem heavy at all. What was thrown out? It was like a cloud floating past. Chu Yang had the 5 Elements palm print, and he also had the mountain martial spirits visualization diagram. It seemed light, but in fact, it was extremely heavy. Rumble. When the two collided, the huge poisonous hand suddenly collapsed. However, the poisonous gas from the explosion instantly corroded the whole mountain. Black smoke billowed and filled the sky. This blow didn't cause a huge fluctuation. Such a potent poison, made everyone suck in a cold breath. They only felt that such a potent poison could render the land within 1,000 miles barren, and all living creatures would be poisoned to death. Even the soil on the ground would be melted into poisonous liquid. Jun Wudao, if that's all you've got, you should just admit defeat. Hearing Chu Yang's words, everyone was shocked. Such a terrible poison. How could Chu Yang not be afraid at all? Later, they found a reason why Chu Yang was so confident. Although Jun Wudao's Poison King's palm print was terrifying, Chu Yang used the moving mountain print that Jun Wudao was good at to deal with Jun Wudao's more powerful means. This in itself was the greatest contempt and provocation. The moving mountain print wasn't that bad, but it was bad in your hands. If you can't do it, then everything else is bad. No matter how good the secret technique is, it is useless in your hands. Even a hero will be used by you like a bear. This was Chu Yang's unspoken words. Jun Wudao's face was gloomy. She didn't say anything. She raised her hand and shot out a multicolored light. As soon as this ray of light appeared, everyone immediately saw the 5 poisonous creatures: spiders, centipedes, green snakes, toads, and scorpions. Apart from that, the crowd even saw 5 types of torture: whipping, beating, burning, and torture. 5 kinds of potent medicinal herbs: stone gallbladder, cinnabar, realgar, benevolent stone, and black stone. 5 social evils: cheating, gambling, gangs, smoking, and prostitution. Complete 5 poisons, 5-colored poison light. The 5-colored poison light was the symbol of the great emperor of the eastern wilderness. It used the 5 elements as its foundation and added in the 5 poisons. The 5 poisons were not singular. Each of the 5 poisons represented a certain kind of profound. When the various profound meanings were stacked together, they formed the 5-colored poison light. At this moment, the 5-colored poison light hit. Chuyang only felt that he was about to become scum. Cheating, gambling, gangs, smoking, and prostitution. His whole body was covered in smoke and billowing black smoke. He also seemed to be seriously ill and needed to take 5 kinds of powerful medicinal herbs to stay alive. He suddenly felt that his whole body was incomparably weak and couldn't summon any strength. In a trance, he also felt that he had committed the greatest crime. He was going to be subjected to 5 types of torture, living a life worse than death, and finally die. The 5-color poison light was a double attack. It didn't only affect the body, but also the soul. Chuyang was shocked. He never thought that the 5-color poison light would be so terrifying. And the most terrifying thing had yet to come. He hadn't been swept by the 5-color poison light. If he was swept by the 5-color poison light, he would probably be poisoned to death. At this moment, Jun Wudao finally used her killer move. And as soon as the 5-colored poison light appeared, there was an explosion of exclamations. 5-colored poison light. It's actually the 5-colored poison light. Chapter 9:12. The power of the 5-colored poison light was too shocking. In the past, the great emperor of the eastern wilderness had used the 5-colored poison light to sweep through the entire eastern wilderness. Many of the demon race's almighty figures had died tragically under the 5-colored poison light. In the entire eastern wilderness, the only one who could resist the 5-colored poison light was the desolate demon. Whether Chuyang could resist the 5-colored poison light or not, in fact, it would directly determine who would win the battle between the two. The Grand Elders didn't know how Chuyang would deal with it. 5-colored poison light. The former 5-element sect master stared at the multicolored poisonous light, the black smoke rolling around Chuyang's body, and the look of pain on his sallow face. His expression immediately turned incomparably solemn. When Jun Tianqiu heard the Grand Elder's exclamations and saw the former sect master's worry, he couldn't help but smile widely. There was a hint of pride in his joy, as if he was saying, "You never expected this, did you?" It was extremely difficult to cultivate the 5-colored poison light. Jun Tianqiu knew that he didn't have the talent, but his nephew, Jun Wudao, had cultivated it. His talent could be said to be the best in the entire eastern wilderness. That was why Jun Tianqiu had listened to the Council of Elders, even though he knew that the Prime Elders would be the ones to win. He was confident that his nephew would win. If Chuyang could resist the 5-colored poison light, he would have to admit that Jun Wudao was indeed inferior to Chuyang. The 5-element sect didn't know much about the 5-colored poison light. They only knew that the 5-colored poison light was the great emperor of the eastern wilderness's ability, but they knew nothing about it. However, they had ears and eyes. When they heard the exclamations of the Grand Elder and the others, as well as the dignified expressions of the Grand Elder and the others, their hearts suddenly thumped. Could Chuyang resist the ability of the great emperor of the eastern wilderness? At this moment, the entire world couldn't help but fall silent. Amitabha. A Buddhist chant came out from Chuyang's body, followed by bursts of Sanskrit chanting. In an instant, Chuyang's entire body was covered in Buddhist light. Behind him, it was as if a peacock had spread its tail, and the colorful rainbow was incomparably dazzling. Chuyang visualized Mahamayuri, and the rolling black smoke on his body disappeared. It was as if the Buddha had enlightened him, and the 5 poisons of cheating, gambling, gang, smoking, and prostitution disappeared. It was as if he had put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. All his sins were in the past, and the 5 kinds of torture, whipping, beating, burning, insignia, and torture also disappeared. The corporeal body was just a smelly skin bag. Everything was like a dream or an illusion. Everything was fake. The corporeal body was fake. The 5 diseases were also fake. There was no need to use strong medicine on fake. The 5 diseases and 5 medicines disappeared. At this moment, under the pressure of the 5-colored poison light, Chu Yang's nerves were stretched taut as his deduction reached its peak. His eyes flickered with incomparable wisdom, as if he could see through everything. Jun Wudao, have you finally stopped hiding your identity as the descendant of the great emperor in the Eastern Wilderness? Humph! The Eastern Wilderness belongs to the Jun family. Why should I hide in the family? Anyone in the Eastern Wilderness who refuses to accept it will be slaughtered. Jun Wudao sneered. Just like you, bastard. If you refuse to accept it, I'll kill you. You've done a lot of harm to this family. And you want to kill me? You don't have the ability to do so. As Chu Yang spoke, he raised his hand and swung it. A 5-color ray of light also swept out. As soon as the 5-colored light appeared, Jun Wudao was almost petrified. His eyes were glued to the 5-colored light like a plaster. 5-colored divine light. The smile on Jun Tianqiu's face froze in an instant. His whole body trembled as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His lips and teeth trembled. How is this possible? How is this possible? The 5-colored poison light was amazing, but the 5-colored divine light was even more amazing. Jun Tianqiu had cultivated the 5-color poison light, but Jun Wudao had tried to cultivate the 5-color divine light. He had found that it was best not to even think about it, because it was simply impossible. However, Chu Yang had cultivated the 5-color divine light, which his peerlessly talented nephew had failed to cultivate. Jun Tianqiu had heard the news from Emperor Island that Chu Yang had cultivated the 5-color divine light. However, he didn't believe it at all and had dismissed it with a laugh. However, the legendary 5-color divine light had really appeared in front of him at this moment. Chapter 9:13. The Supreme Elder and the others, who were waiting for Chu Yang to deal with the 5-colored poisonous light, lost their composure at this moment. It seemed that they were competing to see whose voice was louder and louder. Their exclamations were louder and louder, and each was louder than the last. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it was only a matter of a moment. The 2 rays of light met. Swish! Chu Yang's 5-color divine light swept across, and swept away Jun Wudao's 5-colored poisonous light in an instant. It was just like the 5-color divine light that people were familiar with. The 5-colored poisonous light disappeared. Then, in a flash, the 5-color divine light was like a cloth bag that could not contain a divine weapon like the 5-colored poisonous light. Once it was put in, the cloth bag would break. The 5-colored poisonous light destroyed the 5-colored divine light and rushed out, sweeping toward Chu Yang. Huh! Jun Wudao was in a daze. Then, she burst into laughter. It was as if she had just survived a calamity. Chu Yang, so what if you have cultivated the 5-colored divine light? Can you withstand my 5-colored poisonous light? At this moment, Jun Tianqiu's astonishment turned into ecstasy. His smile bloomed again as he thought, Chu Yang's 5-color divine light has probably just been cultivated and hasn't been perfected yet. So, it's no match for the 5-colored poisonous light. The Supreme Elder and the others naturally understood this. Their pupils shrank and they were worried. Chuna looked at the scene in front of her. She was restless like an ant on a hot pan. Chao Ju and the others were also anxious and worried. Jun Wudao, it's just a 5-colored poisonous light. Do you think it can stop me? As Chu Yang spoke, he waved his hand in front of him and said in a low voice, Reincarnation. Silently, as Chu Yang waved his hand, a vortex appeared in front of him. It was gloomy, and it was dark. He. The sound of thousands of ghosts rang in everyone's ears. It was as if there was really a netherworld inside. Whoosh! When the 5-colored poisonous light entered, it reappeared as a centipede, a scorpion, a toad, a green snake, and a spider. Moreover, these 5 poisonous creatures seemed to have just been born. They were very weak and had no destructive power at all. You. Such an unimaginable scene made Jun Wudao's voice tremble. Reincarnation. He actually mastered the reincarnation ability. The smile on Jun Tianshou's face froze again. This time, it was as if he had stepped on air and fallen into a bottomless abyss. His heart sank completely. There was only darkness in front of him. There was no trace of light. Reincarnation. That little bastard actually mastered the reincarnation divine ability. No wonder he could summon the Lotus Karmic Fire. The Supreme Elder, the Gold Elder, the Judiciary Elder, Chao Rong, and the others were shocked, but they were also completely relieved. They let out a long sigh of relief and revealed relieved smiles on their faces. Samsara. It's actually samsara. To be able to control reincarnation at such a young age and at such a realm, does that mean that he will at least reach the realm of earthly sovereign in the future? The 2 elders in the dark were the most shocked. At that moment, they were almost scared out of their wits, so much so that their figures were completely exposed. Apart from the 2 of them, no one else knew what this meant. In this world, there were only a few people who could master reincarnation, and those who could master reincarnation were all supreme figures. Chapter 9:14. In an instant, the effect of the reincarnation divine ability disappeared. The 5 types of poison turned into the 5-colored poison light again. Do you know why I waited for your 5-colored poison light to recover? Chu Yang looked at Jun Wudao and said, I just wanted to show off in front of others to show how great I am. The 2 elders in the dark shook their heads and were speechless. Fortunately, they were in the eastern wilderness. If they were in the east continent, Chu Yang would be finished. As for dealing with the 5-colored poison light, I have at least 2 ways or 10,000 ways. Boom! The spirit energy in Chu Yang's body surged, and a high-pitched cry was heard. A 1-meter-long devil bird rushed out, spread its wings, and flew across the sky. Then it clawed at the 5-colored poison light with its claws. In silence, the demon bird's claws came into contact with a 5-colored poison light. A small black tree appeared on the light. Its black and tender leaves swung fiercely and absorbed the 5-colored poison light into the leaves. Then, this small tree suddenly grew to a height of more than 1 meter. The demonic bird and the small tree were the desolate demons. Before the desolate demons severed their bodies, they were demonic trees. After they failed to transform into Kuan Peng, they turned into demonic birds. The desolate demons had fought with the great emperors in the eastern wilderness many times. They were familiar with the techniques of the great emperors in the eastern wilderness. They knew how to resist the 5-colored poison light and the various poisons of the great emperors in the eastern wilderness. They had a great resistance. This scene was very strange. The people of the 5 Elements sect did not know the reason, but the 2 elders, Jun Tianshou, the former sect leader of the 5 Elements sect, and the Grand Elder knew clearly. Just now, it could be said that the great emperor of the Eastern Barren Territory and the desolate demon were using the 2 of them to fight across space. Without a doubt, the desolate demon and the sea god on Emperor Island must have been completely obliterated by Chu Yang. Otherwise, Chu Yang would not have been able to execute such a technique. Jun Wudao, what other techniques do you have? When Chu Yang spoke, Jun Wudao's face turned ferocious. Don't blame me. Chu Yang shrugged and said, I promised your uncle that I would make you accept your loss wholeheartedly. Otherwise, do you think you still have the chance to stand there? I don't even know where you're lying. Looking at this arrogant face, Jun Wudao really wished she could bite off Chu Yang's face. Poison King, 1,000 poisons, poison the world, exterminating all living beings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Jun Wudao roared, the Poison King behind him exploded with toxic gas, which transformed into a host of poisonous creatures, centipedes, scorpions, spiders, vipers, dragons, wasps, and more. Thousands of different types of creatures appeared one after another. Every poisonous creature was roughly the length of a long spear, as if they were forged from divine iron. Their bodies were suffused with a metallic luster. Not only were poisonous gases rolling around their bodies, but they were also astonishingly sharp. It was as if every poisonous creature was a divine weapon, densely packed together, filling up the void. At first glance, they seemed to be able to see a swarm of wriggling poisonous snakes, a dense swarm of spiders, and a swarm of scorpions. The two of them felt their scalps go numb, and some of them even started to tremble. This technique is not bad. Chu Yang took a glance and said without changing his expression, "It is said that the martial spirit of the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor is the king of 1,000 poisons, and this king of 1,000 poisons has gathered 1,000 poisons. You should be it." Screech. The high-pitched screech of a bird pierced through gold and cracked stone, shaking the sky and hurting many people's eardrums. A demonic bird that was 100 feet tall appeared in the sky above Chu Yang. It was pitch black, like a demonic mountain. Clang! Clang! Chapter 9:15. At this moment, the divine weapons were like a forest, standing upright in the sky, radiating dazzling light. In the void, the murderous intent was shocking, and rays of sharp light shot up into the sky. Everyone looked around and saw divine weapons everywhere. Each divine weapon was blazing with murderous intent, more terrifying than Jun Tianshou's 1,000 poisons. Jun Wudao's 1,000 poisons was like a divine weapon, but it was like a small fight. On the other hand, Chu Yang's demon bird transformed into a divine weapon, which was like an army. Heads rolled, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. Kill! Jun Wudao was completely crazy at this moment. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with madness and murderous intent. Chu Yang faced the crazy Jun Wudao and felt the bone-piercing murderous intent, but he was not afraid at all. He was just worried. Of course, this worry was not caused by Jun Wudao. Although Chu Yang was in the field, he was also paying close attention to the outside. He could clearly feel that Jun Tianshou's originally weak aura was gradually recovering to the soul amalgamation realm. In addition to Jun Wudao, there were two other old men with terrifying cultivation bases, which were even more shocking than Jun Tianshou's. The unknown made Chu Yang extremely worried. "Jun Wudao, go all out. I said I'll make you admit defeat, and I'll make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. Die, die, die. Die for me." Jun Wudao's eyes were incomparably sharp, like a heavenly sword unsheathed, shooting out crazy rays of light, which made people's hearts palpitate. "100 things, 100 poisons. Poison is an eyesore, bite." He roared, and hundreds of poisonous creatures, accompanied by billowing poisonous gas, endless stench, and even the hissing sound of poisonous snakes. Hundreds of venomous creatures of all shapes and sizes, colorful and extremely frightening to look at. All of them bit towards Chu Yang. Above Chu Yang's head, each divine weapon was swallowing and spitting out sharp light, which was a terrifying sea of weapons, shocking the world with murderous intent. He raised his hand and said, "You have hundreds of poisonous creatures, then I'll have hundreds of divine weapons. Go." 100 sharp lights rushed out with astonishing power, which was a kind of attack that made people tremble in fear. 100 swords shot out at the same time, chopping up the sky. Clang, clang, clang. Chi, chi. 100 divine weapons and 100 poisonous creatures charged at each other. It was as if they were an army charging at the scattered army of the demon clan. Every divine weapon that struck the poisonous creatures produced a metallic sound. Although the divine weapons killed the poisonous creatures, the poisonous gas corroded the divine weapons one by one. Its sharpness was shocking and incomparably sharp. Poisonous gas billowed, corroding everything. This was an extremely shocking scene. 100 divine weapons could hack apart heaven and earth. 100 poisonous creatures could poison heaven and earth. Both of them possessed astonishing might. Outside the arena, the people of the Five Elements sect who were watching the battle felt a chill run down their spines. Even though they were so far away, they could not only feel the horrifying poison on the poisonous creature, but they could also feel the horrifying killing intent on the divine weapon. That sharp light was filled with endless killing intent, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The two clashed together, forming a terrifying, destructive aura. Jun Wudao's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Once again, he roared madly. 500 poisonous creatures, poison the common people. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Yang's mind flickered, and the divine weapons chimed in unison. 500 divine weapons shot out, and their sharp glints intertwined to form a frightening storm to meet the attack. The result was the same as before, but the scene was more magnificent. Jun Wudao, are you convinced now? Chu Yang asked again. However, his attention was no longer on Jun Wudao, but on Jun Tianqiu. Jun Wudao did not answer. Instead, he roared again. 1,000 poison wreak havoc, destroy the world. The divine weapons were like demonic birds, piercing through heaven and earth. They spread their wings and dazzled the eyes in the sky. Just as Chu Yang was activating the divine weapons, he saw Jun Tianqiu staring at the two of them without blinking. He was so focused that he was a little absent-minded. Suddenly, he moved and attacked Jun Tianqiu. Jun Tianqiu was in the soul amalgamation realm. If he did not launch a sneak attack, Chu Yang would not stand a chance. In the current situation, the two sides seemed to have reached some kind of tacit agreement, waiting for the result of the battle to come out. After the result was out, the battle was not over. Chu Yang felt that it would be safest if he could kill Jun Tianqiu. The path of heaven span opened, and Chu Yang suddenly disappeared. When he appeared behind Jun Tianqiu, the people of the Five Elements sect were shocked. A crazy idea appeared in their minds. Chu Yang was going to assassinate Jun Tianqiu, and he was going to do it in front of him. Chapter 9:16. Chu Yang had abandoned his opponent, Jun Wudao, and suddenly launched an assassination attempt on Jun Tianqiu. Such an action was simply too crazy. No one would have thought of this. Chu Yang's action was equivalent to assassinating the heavens. In the spirit realm, a martial artist would have a preliminary connection with the heavens and earth. The entire heavens and earth would be the martial artist paradise. They would be able to endlessly use the energy of the heavens and earth. They would even be able to use the heavens' might to bully others. The soul fusion realm was the next step in the spirit realm. After experiencing the tribulation of the heavens and earth, they would obtain the approval of the heavens and earth and step into the sky realm. This process could be said to be the process of the spirit realm's servant becoming the master. From then on, they would no longer be ordinary. The soul fusion realm was said to be on par with the heavens. The heavens were them, and they were the heavens. With just a thought, they could cause the wind to blow and clouds to gather. Rain would pour down in an instant. They could cause the heavens and earth to change color and cause thunder to rumble. Naturally, this so-called being on par with the heavens was impossible. It was just a step forward in martial arts cultivation. However, this didn't stop people from thinking this, especially ignorant people. This was why there was a saying that the soul fusion realm was created by the heavens. Therefore, Chu Yang's action was equivalent to assassinating the heavens in everyone's eyes. Assassinating the heavens? How crazy was this? Who could kill the heavens? At this moment, Jun Tianqiu was also stunned. As for Jun Wudao, she was completely dumbfounded. Chu Yang was actually going to assassinate her uncle, Jun Tianqiu, a supreme figure in the Eastern Wilderness. The former sect master of the Five Elements sect, the Supreme Elder, the Golden Elder, and the Adjudicating Elder were all shocked by Chu Yang's action. Spear of Darkness. Chu Yang used his demonic martial soul. Spirit energy surged and condensed into a spear of darkness. He grabbed it in his hand and stabbed it towards Jun Tianqiu. At this moment, Chu Yang finally used his trump card. The spear of darkness was as black as ink. This spear of darkness seemed to be the embodiment of the will of darkness. It was the darkness of evil, the darkness of hell, the darkness of the universe, and endless darkness. As soon as it appeared, the heavens and the earth suddenly darkened. It was as if hell had been drawn out by the endless darkness and was grabbed by Chu Yang. The place where he held the spear of darkness was pitch black like a ball of darkness, as though it was hell itself. The devil's mocking sneers, his angry roars, the pitiful cries of death, the wails of anguish, all sorts of other sounds came from the spear shaft. At this moment, Chu Yang was like a demon from hell. His whole body emitted an endless evil aura and death aura. He was the emissary of evil and the dead of death, controlling heaven and earth. Jun Tianqiu was horrified. He smelled an extremely strong aura of death. Amidst his fear, he thought of something and controlled the space where Chu Yang was. Controlling the heavens and earth allowed one to control an area, control that space, and make that space completely still. This was just a more advanced use of the domain. Under the effect of controlling heaven and earth, Chu Yang's body became sluggish for a moment. However, how could he control Chu Yang? The celestial demon punishing heaven could even kill the real heaven, let alone a mere soul amalgamation realm. His celestial demon, martial soul, trembled. With a crash, the so-called controlling heaven and earth shattered like a piece of glass. What? How is this possible? What did he use? How could it break my controlling heaven and earth? Jun Tianqiu was even more frightened. However, the controlling heaven and earth slowed down Chu Yang, giving him time to react. He roared, "Shield of heaven and earth! Buzz! Buzz!" The void in front of Jun Tianqiu completely solidified and turned into a shield in front of him. Chapter 9:17. Dying. Chu Yang roared and thrust the spear of darkness at Jun Tianqiu with all his might. Chi! The spear of darkness pierced through Jun Tianqiu's heaven and earth shield like it was made of paper. Jun Tianqiu watched in horror as the spear of darkness pierced through him. Ah! Jun Tianqiu screamed as black smoke began to rise from his body. He was as black as ink, as though he had been completely corroded by the darkness. Kakik! Kakik! Hee! The screams of demons, the screams of living beings being slaughtered, and the anguished wails of those who died came from Jun Tianqiu's body. At that moment, Jun Tianqiu felt as though thousands of demons had entered his body, gnawing at his flesh and soul. Whoosh! Jun Tianqiu was so terrified that he didn't dare to face Chu Yang. At the moment of life and death, he fled. Great Emperor's Jade Seal. He couldn't suppress the raging dark energy in his body. His body was being corroded, and his soul was on the verge of being obliterated. As he fled, he activated the Great Emperor's Jade Seal of the Eastern Wilderness. Where do you think you're going? Chu Yang was shocked by the power of the spear of darkness. It had far exceeded his expectations. It was his momentary shock that had saved Jun Tianqiu's life. Stop. That's enough. The descendant of the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor must have fallen into the trap. There's no need to continue. The two old men in the dark blocked Chu Yang's path and roared at the same time. The voices of the two elders were also trembling. Even though they were at the soul amalgamation realm, their souls were still trembling with fear from Chu Yang's attack. Hee! Chu Yang vanished into thin air. What trap? The descendant of the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor was right in front of him. He didn't care what agreement the former Five-Element sect leader and Grand Elder had with them. Jun Tianqiu had to die, and so did everyone involved. The two old men were shocked. They knew that they couldn't stop Chu Yang. As for what they said about Chu Yang, it was dog fart that was unbearably smelly. The two of them flew in front of Jun Tianqiu to protect him. Wong. In the next instant, Chu Yang appeared behind one of the old men. He was like a devil, and the world darkened as devil chi surged. The spear of darkness appeared once more, and this time, it was even more shocking. The sound of hell rang out as Chu Yang stabbed the spear forward. Shield of heaven and earth. Although the old man was terrified, he reacted quickly, using the same defensive technique as Jun Tianqiu to defend himself. Of course, the result was the same. Chu Yang's spear pierced through Jun Tiancho's body. Immediately, black smoke billowed out from Jun Tiancho's body. Jun Tiancho's body was as black as ink, and he screamed in pain. "Chu Yang, how dare you?" The other old man roared, but he was more frightened than angry. "Hee," Chu Yang said, his voice echoing out from the void. "Anyone who gets in my way will die. I don't care who you are. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. You're going to kill a clan elder, and you won't even listen to him." The old man's face flickered with fear, and he put on a fierce front. "Clan elder? What clan elder? I've never heard of such a thing. Are you trying to scare me with a fake clan elder? Ha ha, you." The old man was enraged, and then his hair stood on end. Swish! He dodged to the side, but Chu Yang didn't appear where he had been. What a pity, Chu Yang thought. Jun Tiancho and the old man from before had given him a warning, and he was now on guard. After dodging the attack, the old man pulled out a small sphere and tossed it into the air. It exploded, and a cloud of mist spread out to cover the entire area. Unexpectedly, the mist could block the probing of divine sense. Crap! Chu Yang knew something was wrong. "Let's go," Chu Yang shouted from within the mist, but when he tried to chase after the old man, he was gone. Chapter 9:18. Damn it! Chu Yang's expression was extremely gloomy. His strength was too weak, and his cultivation base was too low. Not only did he have to be extremely careful when assassinating a soul amalgamation realm expert, but he was also powerless. Otherwise, how could he have let them escape so easily? The escape of Jun Tiancho and the others would cause no end of trouble in the future. Chu Yang would have to live in fear and tread on thin ice all the time. The entire Two Circles secret realm was dead silent. Only Chu Yang's annoyed voice could be heard. What had happened just now had completely petrified the members of the Five Elements sect. As for who was right or wrong, they couldn't care less. Chu Yang had succeeded in assassinating a soul amalgamation realm expert. He had actually succeeded. Moreover, what shocked them the most was that it wasn't a coincidence. After Chu Yang had assassinated Jun Tiancho, the two elders who had appeared out of nowhere were also in the soul amalgamation realm. However, Chu Yang had also succeeded in assassinating one of the elders and severely injured one of them. With a mere soul reincarnation realm cultivation base, Chu Yang had the ability to kill a soul amalgamation realm expert. How earth-shattering and shocking was this? That was the extent of the Arabian Nights, right? Chu Yang could understand the astonishment of the Five Elements sect's disciples. After all, the power of the Spear of Darkness was beyond his imagination. However, when he saw the former Five Elements sect's sovereign, supreme elder, Elder Gold, and Elder Judiciary's dumbfounded expressions, he couldn't help but get angry. Whether it was the former sect master of the Five Elements sect or the Grand Elders, they were all experienced and had seen all kinds of strange things. No matter how shocked they were, they should have been able to seize the opportunity to keep Jun Tiancho and the others here. However, none of them made a move. The more Chu Yang thought about it, the angrier he became. He wanted to curse them, but after all, he was an elder. He restrained himself and gritted his teeth. Seniors, elders, releasing a tiger back to the mountain. Is this a good show to watch? Releasing a tiger back to the mountain. The former sect master of the Five Elements sect, as well as the supreme elders, were speechless. They knew that the little bastard Chu Yang was angry, but they didn't care that Jun Tiancho had escaped. With a bastard like Chu Yang around, it wouldn't be a problem no matter how many tigers were released. Moreover, if they made a move, it would only make the situation worse. This was the matter of Chu Yang's clan, and the elders of Chu Yang's clan were definitely not existences that they could afford to offend. Without the Council of Elders, the situation today would have been completely different. Perhaps because of Chu Yang, their side would have won, but they would have won miserably. Chu Yang didn't know about the existence of the Council of Elders, so they could understand why he was angry. As for this meeting of elders, be it the former Five Element sect leader or the Grand Supreme Elder, they had only just found out about it. Moreover, the future of the Eastern Wilderness would still be decided by this Council of Elders. Emperor Wei, Emperor Qi, Emperor Wu, and Emperor Han. I'm very curious now. Are you alive or dead? The four emperors of the four countries had also been rebuked by Chu Yang. These four people hadn't made any noise since their arrival. Now that they were being rebuked by Chu Yang, Emperor Wu opened his mouth and said, "Why should I meddle in your internal affairs? My family's affairs?" Chu Yang was dumbfounded. When he thought of the so-called elders that the two old men had mentioned, his mind was a mess. In his impression, there was no such thing as an elder. His clan didn't have any clansmen at all. Follow me. The former Five Elements sect, the Grand Supreme Elder, and the others led Chu Yang away. Chapter 919. After Chu Yang left with a group of old men, they didn't explain anything to him. However, three old men soon appeared in front of him. Two of them were the ones Chu Yang had just seen. The other old man was extremely old. Like the Judgment Elder, he also had a hunchback. His hair and teeth had all fallen out. His face was full of wrinkles, and his skin was like an old tree. This should be a person who had lived for a long time. "You are Chu Yang?" The moment the old man appeared, he walked around Chu Yang and sized up Chu Yang. This was most likely Chu Yang's elder. Chu Yang didn't dare to be presumptuous. He respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, senior." The hunchback old man's turbid eyes met Chu Yang's and said, "You shouldn't call me senior. You should call me clan elder or clan leader." "Clan leader?" Chu Yang frowned slightly. "Senior, please forgive this little one for being presumptuous. As far as I know, I don't have any clan members." "Senior, did you get the wrong person? Your father didn't tell you." "My father didn't tell me, but he would at least bring me to worship the ancestors." Chu Yang's mind raced. The so-called clan leader couldn't be fake. If he couldn't be fake, then why didn't his father tell him? He didn't even bring him to worship the ancestors. Which clan would not bring their descendants to worship the ancestors? They didn't even know who their grandfather was. Chu Yang suspected that his father was discriminated against. He was even ostracized, so much so that he couldn't even worship the ancestors. The hunchback old man seemed to have seen through Chu Yang's thoughts and saw Chu Yang's unfriendliness. He smiled, but his smile soon disappeared. His voice became incomparably low. "Our ancestors aren't here. How can we worship the ancestors?" Chu Yang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This sentence contained too many meanings. He could even hear the sadness in it. "Your branch is considered the most unyielding and arrogant in our clan. Your father was the only one left, and he was sent to the Eastern Wilderness in the end. Your father could be said to be the last of your bloodline. In this Eastern Wilderness, where would you find ancestors to worship? And where would you go to worship them?" In the end, he was sent to the Eastern Wilderness. Chu Yang's mind buzzed. The reason why the Council of Elders intervened this time. The hunchbacked old man said unhurriedly, "The most important reason is that not only are you outstanding, you are also a member of that branch. I do not wish for your branch to suffer any more injuries. As for the other reason, I don't have to tell you. The descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness are also part of our clan. I hope to avoid internal strife within our clan as much as possible. I'm from the same race as the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness." This news was truly explosive. Though Chu Yang had thought of it, his heart still trembled. He lowered his eyes and exhaled deeply. "Senior, do you have any proof? Your father will be here soon. He'll tell you what he needs to tell you in a moment." The hunchbacked old man paused for a moment. "The reason I'm here is mainly to talk about you and Jun Tiancho's branch. I hope you can let them go." "Senior, are you joking?" Chu Yang paused. "Even if I let them go, they won't let me go. Don't worry about that," the hunchbacked old man said. "We'll take care of it, and we'll make sure you rule the Eastern Wilderness." Chu Yang shook his head. "I'm not interested in that. That's not up to you," the hunchbacked old man said. "The Eastern Wilderness must be under our control. If you don't, then Jun Tiancho's branch will. Unify the Eastern Wilderness." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. "You know everything about what Jun Tiancho's branch has done, and you're their supporters?" The hunchbacked old man shook his head. Unifying the eastern wilderness is because Jun Tiancho's branch made too much of a ruckus. They massacred millions of people in the eastern wilderness, and their actions tarnished the reputation of our ancestors. We had no choice but to intervene. Based on the current situation in the eastern wilderness, we made this decision in passing. By the way, what a big tone. Chu Yang couldn't help but carefully size up the hunchbacked old man. When the old man saw Chu Yang's appearance, he smiled and released his aura. Chu Yang's heart immediately palpitated. The old man's strength shocked Chu Yang. He definitely surpassed the soul amalgamation realm. Chapter 9:20. A saint. The hunchbacked old man was actually a saint. Saints were unimaginable. At the very least, Chu Yang could not imagine it right now. However, he had never thought that the old man before him would actually be a saint. His eyes immediately widened in disbelief. There was actually a saint in the eastern wilderness. The hunchbacked old man could not help but cry out in surprise. Clearly, he was extremely surprised. He had only released a sliver of his presence, but Chu Yang could immediately sense his cultivation. It was very shocking. The other two old men were extremely surprised when they heard Chu Yang's cry. "You really are impressive." The hunchbacked old man was slightly surprised. Then, he smiled like a flower and said, "You can tell that I'm a saint. No wonder you can cultivate the 5 elements divine light and the reincarnation divine ability. Greetings, Grandpa Saint." Chu Yang almost dropped to his knees. He tried to curry favor with the old man. "I say, Grandpa Saint, you have to give your juniors a greeting gift, especially one as outstanding as me." Since he was a saint, everything he had just said could not be false. A saint would not stoop so low as to lie to Chu Yang. If he was displeased, he could just crush Chu Yang to death. Chu Yang's sudden change made the faces of the two old men beside him twitch. They felt extremely disdainful inside. The hunchbacked old man only smiled. "What do you want? You already have a lot of treasures on you. Fifth brother has the 5-element circulation ring and the pentagram star. Sixth brother has the soul-devouring gourd, soul-severing gourd, and the detention gourd. You have the 5 colors ability, the samsara ability, and the ability you created by filling up the heaven and earth bridges. You only need to comprehend them. You won't be able to do anything." Chu Yang suddenly felt like he had been stripped naked. He felt a chill all over his body. Before a saint, there was nothing he could hide. Your innate body of samsara, and chaotic body are basically perfect in the eastern wilderness. It's truly rare. It's just a pity that it's only in a miniature world like the eastern wilderness. The laws of the world are incomplete, so there's still a great flaw. When the hunchbacked old man spoke again, Chu Yang quivered. Every time the other two old men heard this, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies shook fiercely. Remember, before you reach the East Continent's main world, you must never break through to the soul reincarnation stage. Also, the origin martial 3 transformations, the chi soul 3 transformations, and the ascended soul 3 transformations. When you get there, you'll have to polish them again. Don't leave any flaws behind. Origin martial 3rd revolution. Chi soul 3rd revolution. 3rd revolution of soul ascension. The hunchbacked old man spoke repeatedly. The two old men beside him were already trembling. At this moment, they finally understood why Chu Yang was so heaven-defying. He was only at the peak of the ascended soul realm, but he was able to assassinate a soul fusion realm martial artist. However, your martial soul is still a little lacking. Fortunately, your martial soul has been tainted with the chi of samsara and primal chaos, so its transformation is very shocking. This can be considered the contribution of old 6 lineage. They've massacred thousands of lives to fulfill your wish. When Chu Yang heard this, he felt a wave of shock in his heart. His destiny twin martial soul was something that even a saint couldn't see. Immediately, he rejected the hunchbacked old man's words. "I say, Grandpa Saint, can you not speak nonsense? This contribution can't be attributed to those bastards. Let me tell you, this is all your precious grandson's bluff. He's also very capable. He's a great genius. Your conduct is very similar to old Fives. The hunchbacked old man flicked his finger, and a big bump immediately appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. After that, the old man disappeared. A jade-colored gourd floated in the air, and his voice was still echoing in the air. This is Nirvana liquid. Consider it my gift to you for our first meeting. It'll save you the trouble of making up stories about me later. Chapter 9:21. See you off, Grandpa Saint. Chu Yang only shouted. He didn't even bend his waist. Chu Yang didn't find it strange that the hunchback saint would do this. If it weren't for his amazing performance, the saint wouldn't have come. He glanced at Chu Yang, which was already a lot of respect for Chu Yang. Then, Chu Yang respectfully apologized to the old man who was stabbed by him. The ignorant are innocent. Clan Elder, I have offended you before. I hope you can forgive me. It's over. There's no need to mention it again, the old man said. As for Jun Tianqiu and the others, I hope you can reconcile. With them around, it'll be easier for you to integrate the Eastern Wilderness, right? The other old man also said that's right. Jun Tianqiu and the others have worked hard even if they didn't make any contributions. Is that what I mean? Chu Yang had a smile on his face, but it disappeared immediately. Don't you need to give an explanation to the tens of millions of people who were killed in the Eastern Wilderness? The moment Chu Yang's smile disappeared, the two old men were slightly startled in their hearts. They felt a great pressure. It was true that he was a junior, but he was an extraordinary junior. The two old men had clearly heard every single one of Chu Yang's shocking moves. Therefore, they felt a lot of pressure in their hearts at this moment. You've already killed many people from the Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Demon sect. This is already a good explanation. Our clan is already extremely weak. We can't continue to waste our energy on internal strife. The two old men had their own reasons. But for Chu Yang, what kind of explanation could this be considered as if the main culprit had yet to be punished? He said, "Is that what Grandpa Saint means?" That's what he means. The patriarch has already said that he hopes you can let them go. At the same time, this is also what the elders want. The two old men finally said, "We hope you can abide by it. Since it's what the elders want, I'll naturally abide by it." The killing intent in Chu Yang's heart surged, but he had already made a decision. He did not intend to continue to be entangled in this issue. He changed the topic. "Elders, I know nothing about our clan. I wonder if you can tell me why we came to the Eastern Wilderness and what happened during that time." The two old men hesitated for a moment before saying, "The patriarch didn't tell you just now because he has his own concerns. When the time comes, the patriarch will naturally tell you." If that's the case, then I understand. After that, Chu Yang discussed how to deal with Jun Tianqiu and the others. Laughter filled the air as they talked. Not long after, the two old men left. Chu Yang visualized the void assassin martial spirit and hid himself in the void. He restrained his aura and followed them from afar. After the two old men had left for a long distance, one of them exclaimed, "This Chu Yang is truly a peerless talent. When I speak in front of him, I have no choice but to be careful for fear of angering him." "That's right." The other old man nodded. "However, he's still too inexperienced. He took away the Eastern Wilderness from Jun Tianqiu's branch. How could Jun Tianqiu's branch tolerate this? They must be resentful, but they can only endure for the time being. If they erupt, the consequences will be unimaginable. Let's not care about this for the time being. After all, we can't put all our eggs in one basket. If he goes to the Eastern continent and dies there, we still have Jun Wudao on our side. If he dies, his branch will be in trouble. Jun Tianqiu and the others won't make such a mistake. I'm afraid so, but he can't blame anyone for not knowing. He can only blame himself for being too ignorant. With his temperament, he's not qualified to be the leader of our clan. Any competition is bloody, not to mention the competition for the throne in the Eastern Wilderness. Whether it's the Divine Dynasty or the various countries, the competition for the throne is bloody. This should be a test from the Patriarch to see how he deals with this matter. Unfortunately, he's no exception. He's also fawning over the patriarch. Just now, his flattery to the patriarch was really laughable. The two old men chatted as they walked. They had been walking for a long time, and Chu Yang heard their conversation. He sneered inwardly. You think I won't know if you don't tell me? Chu Yang had made up his mind to kill. Not to mention other things, he had promised to give an explanation to the thousands of wronged souls. This was something he must do. Moreover, a man may not hurt a tiger, but a tiger will hurt a man's heart. If he didn't clean up the eastern wilderness, how could he go to the eastern continent with peace of mind? Chapter 922. After the two elders left the Five Elements sect, they continued to fly. Mountains continued to fly behind them, and in just a few moments, they had already flown more than 100 li. However, they had no intention of stopping. They seemed to be rushing towards a certain place. They're probably looking for Jun Tianqiu. There's no mistake. Chu Yang followed, his eyes glittering. He had been feigning civility just now because he wanted the two elders to take him to Jun Tianqiu. Jun Tianqiu was probably in the eastern wilderness, where the descendants of the great emperors lived. It would be extremely dangerous for him to barge in. After flying for a while, the two elders finally stopped. With a wave of their hands, a portal to a small subdimension appeared. Then, they disappeared into it. Chu Yang followed closely behind. The subdimension was extremely vast and rich in the energy of heaven and earth. After flying for a while, they saw a cluster of buildings, pavilions, and palaces. I didn't know that the two elders would be coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Jun Tianqiu's voice rang out. Then he appeared and led the two elders into the palace at the center of the subdimension. After they were seated, Jun Wudao waited on them. At the same time, she ordered tea to be served. The aroma of tea filled the air. Jun Tianqiu was even more enthusiastic. After exchanging some pleasantries with the two elders, he respectfully handed them 2 porcelain bottles and said, Elders, these are 2 Origin Lifespan pills. I got them from Emperor Island. It's just a small gift. I hope you'll accept it. Origin Longevity Pills. The two elders' eyes lit up. To them, lifespan was the most important thing right now. Jun Tianqiu's attitude pleased them even more. After all, Jun Tianqiu was at the Soul Amalgamation Realm, just like them. They were very happy to see him treat them with such respect. It was a world of difference from when they first met Chu Yang. They looked at each other and accepted the life essence pills. This made the smile on Jun Tianqiu's face even brighter. Elders, I wonder what Chu Yang's side thinks. You don't need to worry. He's not as polite as you are, and he doesn't know how to be filial to his elders. Although this Chu Yang has astonishing talent, he doesn't know how to conduct himself properly. The two elders were overjoyed after obtaining the life essence pills. They immediately reassured Jun Tianqiu. Although they didn't seem to be very good at talking, they just wanted more life essence pills. Jun Tianqiu nodded, but how could he feed both of them at once? What are his specific requests? What does the patriarch mean? The patriarch hopes that the two branches can reconcile. The two elders said, as for Chu Yang, he has agreed not to pursue the matter. However, you must assist him in unifying the eastern wilderness. That's it. Jun Tianqiu asked in disbelief. Jun Wudao was also a little surprised. With the talent and strength that Chu Yang had displayed, he would definitely be able to obtain the support of the Elder Council. It would be too easy for him to control them. The two elders laughed and explained, You don't need to doubt it. That is indeed the case. As for the reason, Chu Yang is still too inexperienced. Their words were very blunt. Generally speaking, Chu Yang was an idiot who didn't know the ways of the world and didn't understand the sinister nature of the human heart. It was ridiculous that he thought that a few words could solve the problem. Chapter 923. Finally, Jun Tianqiu smiled. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Also, I'd like to ask the two elders to help me out. You're too polite, Jun Tianqiu said. We're from the same clan, and we're the same breath and branch. What do you mean by help? You're right, elders. Just now, Tian Cho misspoke. I hope you don't take offense. The guests and the host laughed and chatted merrily. Chu Yang had seen everything. Jun Tian Cho had yet to recover from his injuries and was in a very weak state. The spear attack Chu Yang had dealt him was terrifying and had left him with serious injuries. Other than Jun Tian Cho and Jun Wudao, Chu Yang didn't see any other descendants of the Eastern Wilderness's Grand Emperor. Let's not worry about that for now. Jun Tian Cho is their backbone. Let's kill him first. Chu Yang was worried that Jun Tian Cho and the others might be hiding in their lair, but this was a rare opportunity. Swish! After confirming the location of the Grand Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal in the Eastern Wilderness, he made his move. Chu Yang's hiding place suddenly turned dark. It was as if there was a whirlpool there that sucked in all the light. Then, Chu Yang's figure completely disappeared into the void. He seemed to have broken the void and left. He also seemed to have transformed into Dao and returned to the world silently. It was as if the darkness had quietly descended. The two elders didn't notice anything. Neither did Jun Tian Cho. The next moment, Chu Yang suddenly appeared with a dark spear in his hand. He pierced through the air and stabbed at Jun Tian Cho ferociously. Only then did they wake up with a start. It was as if they had just woken up from a dream after being assassinated. Jun Tian Cho was a soul meld expert, but now that he was a demi-immortal, he was extremely powerful and could sense the changes in the void around him. Even if someone tried to assassinate him, he could control the void around him, and no one under the soul meld realm would be able to do anything to him. However, his opponent was Chu Yang. While he was horrified, he controlled the heavens and the earth, controlling the void around him. However, Chu Yang's celestial demon martial spirit shook and immediately broke through. The spear of darkness was like a devil, a horn of slaughter, and a symphony of death. It was like a hot knife through butter, and nothing could stop it. Hiss! All of his defenses were broken and swept clean. Assassination, the way of the assassin. Chu Yang had used this method many times. From the time when he had sneak attacked the so-called Five Elements Divine Child, to the time when he had assassinated the Golden Rock Saint Child, the many elders of the Soul Devourer sect, and so on. During this process, his assassination technique had become more and more exquisite. He had even obtained the assassin martial soul and comprehended the supreme way of the assassin. On Emperor Island, he had killed Nu San and obtained the void assassin martial soul. Now that he was so familiar with the art of assassination that not even someone like Jun Tian Cho would be able to defend against it. Moreover, Jun Tian Cho had never dreamed that Chu Yang would suddenly assassinate him when he thought his plan had succeeded. The two elders had never expected this, let alone Jun Wudao, who was beside them. This attack was an invasion of darkness. It was a massacre that had been inflicted from hell. The defense of controlling the heavens and earth was pierced like a piece of paper. The spear of darkness ruthlessly pierced into Jun Tiancho's body. It pierced and twisted, and a dark vortex seemed to appear on Jun Tiancho's body. It was a hell vortex. His internal organs, muscles, tendons, and veins were sucked, torn, and crushed. They were rolled into one place, and then exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Chu Yang's spear flicked, and the Imperial Jade Seal of the Eastern Wilderness flew out of Jun Tiancho's body. Chapter 924. A soul fusion realm is indeed powerful. He's still not dead. Right now, Chu Yang's path of assassination had reached perfection. What he used was the Spear of Darkness. It could be said to be his strongest sudden attack. Killing a soul realm martial artist was like slaughtering a dog. Those below the 5th level of the spirit stage would definitely be silently stabbed to death without even knowing how. However, it was impossible to kill an expert like Jun Tian Cho in a single strike, even if he hadn't recovered from his injuries. At most, he could only injure him even more. Chu Yang, stop. Do you know what you're doing? The two elders roared after they reacted. What do you think I'm doing? Chu Yang grabbed the imperial seal of the Eastern Wilderness and sneered. Didn't you say that I'm ignorant, naive, and stupid? Didn't you say that I'm inexperienced? Didn't you say that this was a test from the patriarch? Are you satisfied with my performance? Am I worthy to be your guide? Chuyang pointed out the words of the two elders one by one, which made the two elders blush with embarrassment. They were furious, but they couldn't say anything. In this moment, Jun Tianqiu was madly attacking and destroying with the dark energy of hell. You what? Are you saying that I haven't done enough? That I don't know how to behave? Do you want me to show respect to the two of you? Swish! Chu Yang's figure disappeared again, causing Jun Tianqiu and the two elders to be shocked. Elders, hurry up and kill this beast! Jun Wudao roared. He was truly frightened. Originally, he thought that he wasn't any weaker than Chu Yang. But now, Chu Yang even wanted to kill his uncle. What could he do? Chu Yang had never treated him as an opponent. Ugh! Jun Wudao's voice stopped abruptly. A strange sound came from his throat. Then his body trembled and he died. His eyes were wide open. He didn't know how he had died, but Jun Tianqiu and the two elders saw it clearly. Chu Yang's spear had pierced through his head from the side. Chu Yang, how impudent! How dare you slaughter the geniuses of your own race? The two elders roared and immediately became vigilant. Previously, when they tried to stop Chu Yang, they were ambushed by Chu Yang. However, this time, Chu Yang did not appear at all. When he reappeared, he was behind Jun Tianqiu, clad in a suit of armor of darkness, with a pair of wings of darkness behind his back. The spear of darkness in his hand was growing more and more solid, and black flames could be seen rising up from it, making it look like a fiend devil from hell. He thrusted out his spear again and said in a mocking tone, "Elders, are you waiting for me to sneak attack you?" The tip of the long spear surged with demonic chi. There was a black that absorbed all the light into it, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. It seemed that not only could it pierce through hell, it could also pierce through the heaven realm. Even the great emperor of the heaven realm could not resist it. This stab could be said to contain the good fortune of heaven and earth. Bam! Bam! Jun Tianqiu did his best to defend himself. His hands unleashed the 5 phases of the 5 phases sect, but Chu Yang's spear pierced through them all. It was unknown how many times the two had exchanged blows in an instant. Chu Yang's hands had become numb from the impact. He couldn't imagine the scene of fighting with Jun Tianqiu if he hadn't repeatedly injured him. He reckoned that he would have been killed in just one move. AIT! Jun Tianqiu's face twisted viciously. I'm going to kill you, you little swine. 5 Poisons Imperial Fist. Unify the Eastern Wilderness. He unleashed a powerful and insidious fist technique, causing toxic energy to surge and shine with golden light. At the same time, the roar of a dragon could be heard. Chapter 925. Monarch descends to the Eastern Wilderness. 5 Poisons Demon Slayer. I am the monarch of the Eastern Wilderness. Pacify the Eastern Wilderness. In a flash, Jun Tianqiu's body suddenly expanded. He wore the Spirit Chi Dragon robe, and 9 poisonous dragons coiled around his body. Every punch was abnormally heavy, as if resonating with the entire Eastern Wilderness. The merit of the monarch of the Eastern Wilderness was fully displayed. Every punch was like a giant axe splitting the sky, smashing towards Chu Yang. The continuous bombardment shook the sky and the earth. At this moment, the void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The soul amalgamation realm was indeed worthy of being called a soul amalgamation realm expert. Chu Yang immediately felt a huge pressure when he was injured to such an extent. However, he was not afraid at all. He was extremely confident and was absolutely not afraid of any head-on confrontation. He also knew that this was Jun Tianqiu's final counterattack. But at this moment, he did not evade. No matter how fierce and vicious Jun Tianqiu was, he was not afraid. A mere Jun Tianqiu and a bunch of rats who had been making troubles in the dark. If he couldn't clean up the Eastern Wasteland, he wouldn't be qualified to leave the Eastern Wasteland and go to the East Continent. It was just like what his father had said before he left the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. If he couldn't become the #1 person in the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, He might as well not go to the five-element sect and die in the coiling dragon martial institution. Chu Yang agreed with this statement. If he didn't have the ability, how could he compete with the world's heroes? The enemies were definitely not weak. For example, Endihu and the burning sky, holy son of the five-element sect. If he couldn't even deal with these people, how could he talk about others? The enemies of the East Continent were even more terrifying. Die for me. Chu Yang released all of his strength. He no longer held back and used all of his divine and demonic martial spirits. Suddenly, the essence of heaven and earth went berserk. The void fluctuated, forming countless vortexes, endless rays of light, and endless darkness that devoured everything. Moreover, all kinds of figures appeared. Some were like holy spirits, some were like demons, some were like ferocious beasts, some were like flames, thunder, frost, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, all of them appeared. Behind him, the kingdom of heaven and the kingdom of hell appeared at the same time. The kingdom of heaven and the kingdom of hell opened at the same time, and the gods of the kingdom of heaven and the devil ghosts of the kingdom of hell surged out. This area had become a place where darkness and light clashed. It was like a battlefield between gods and devils. If one were to say that Jun Tianqiu had become the great emperor of the eastern wilderness, then Chu Yang was a fiend god. Jun Tianqiu's five poisons imperial fist was used to attack god devils, and as soon as it got close to Chu Yang, the spirit energy around him shattered. Jun Tianqiu wasn't a match for Chu Yang. How could this be? What kind of technique is this? Such power. Is this really something a ninth-level ascending soul realm cultivator can unleash? The two elders were shaken, and their bodies trembled. Originally, they had wanted to attack, but after seeing Chu Yang erupt with such shocking power, they didn't dare to do anything. It was as if he was the ruler of the heavenly world and hell. Such a character was not someone they could imagine at all. Compared to their clan leader, that saint's evaluation was even higher and even more unimaginable. Jun Tianqiu was no match for Chu Yang, and his spear pierced through Jun Tianqiu's body again. Jun Tianqiu screamed in pain as blood spurted out of his mouth. He knew that he was no match for Yi Shiwen, and if he didn't escape now, he wouldn't have a chance to do so. Suddenly, he fled out of the hall. However, Chu Yang's battle prowess had risen by a large margin, as both his god and devil martial souls had been activated. As soon as Jun Tianqiu rushed out of the hall, he vanished into thin air, completely soundless and undetectable. When he reappeared, he had a pair of wings of light and darkness on his back. He moved with incredible speed, and a spear of light and darkness appeared in his hand. Then he stabbed Jun Tianqiu with both darkness and light, nailing him to the ground. This Chapter 926. Elders, do I look more mature now? Chu Yang's indifferent words pierced the ears of the two elders like a spear in the dark. Although they were angry, they did not dare to lose their temper. After all, they had mocked Chu Yang for being childish and ignorant, treating the fight for power and life as a game. However, how could Chu Yang be as unbearable as they had imagined? The two of them had been toyed around by him. Chu Yang had even seen all of their ugliness and mocked them endlessly. Young master, we misspoke just now. Please forgive us. The two elders knelt down and begged for mercy. There is no doubt that Chu Yang was the leader of their clan, and no one could challenge him. If they continued to be disrespectful now, perhaps nothing would happen. But when Chu Yang completely matured, he would be able to pinch them to death with a lift of his hand. If they gave in and bowed their heads, Chu Yang might let them go. As for killing Chu Yang, they did not even want to think about it. Their clan leader was a sage. If they killed Chu Yang, they would have no way out. They would definitely die, and their families would be implicated. I don't know how sincere you are, but it doesn't matter. Chu Yang used the reincarnation gourd and opened his hand. Jun Tianqiu and Jun Wudao's souls flew into his hand. However, as soon as their souls entered his body, they were immediately snatched away by the divine demon martial soul and divided into two parts. However, no matter if it was the divine demon martial soul or the divine demon martial soul, they were like dust in his hand. They could not do anything. The divine demon martial soul's action. Chu Yang had wanted to collect Jun Tianqiu and Jun Wudao's souls to find the whereabouts of the sect leaders of the Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Demon sect. He had not expected such a change. While he was in shock, a lot of information entered his mind. It was the memories of Jun Tianqiu and Jun Wudao. Their souls had been completely dismantled by the divine demon martial soul, even more thoroughly than the reincarnation gourd. However, only part of their souls could be used as materials. The sect leader of the Soul Devourer clan, Jun Tianhen. The sect master of the Thousand Devils sect, Jun Tiannu. Chu Yang scanned through the memories of Jun Tianqiu and Jun Wudao's souls. He couldn't help but sneer. Very good. You want to join hands with the 4 countries for emperors and the demon race to kill me. What? The 2 elders were shocked. They knew very well that Chu Yang possessed the soul-devouring gourd. Since Chu Yang had just collected Jun Tianqiu and Jun Wudao's souls, he must have learned a lot of their secrets. Young lord, are you saying that Jun Tianqiu and the others are planning to go against the Council of Elders? The 2 old men's complexions turned unsightly in an instant. If this was the case, they would be completely fooled by Jun Tianqiu. Look for yourselves. Chu Yang flicked his finger and sent this information into the 2 elders' consciousness. Then, the 2 elders became angry. The 4 emperors of the 4 countries actually agreed. They are courting death. They are the rulers of their countries. How could they hand over their country on a silver platter? Unfortunately, they have found a wrong target. Chu Yang smiled. I don't care who unifies the Eastern Wilderness. Whoever dares to collude with Jun Tianhen and Jun Tiannu will be killed without mercy. After a pause, he continued, this is also good. If the 4 empires and the 4 emperors don't die, I won't be able to leave the Eastern Wilderness at ease. While speaking, Chu Yang handed over the souls he had collected from the reincarnation gourd to the divine demon martial soul. The martial souls of the elders of the Soul Devourer clan were almost completely refined. However, there was no difference whether they were refined or not. After the souls fell into the hands of the divine demon martial soul, all the impurities were removed, leaving only the parts that could be used as materials. The divine demon martial soul began to need something. Chapter 927. In just a short while, 2 objects appeared in each of Chu Yang's hands, an angel and an evil demon. At the same time, he sent a portion of his consciousness into the 2 martial spirits and instantly understood the changes. The angel was the embodiment of light, and the evil demon was the embodiment of darkness. Originally, regardless of whether it was light or darkness, they were too broad and vague, without any specific direction. It was like a country only having an emperor without officials or an army, and everything had to be done personally. Now, the evil demon and angel were like the soldiers of the country, and the country would be guarded by them. In addition, the angel was from the radiant divine race, and the evil demon was from the dark divine race. Each represented a type of god and a type of devil. The divine race had the most basic 8 divine races: radiant divine race, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning. It was the same for the devil race. Chu Yang's next step of cultivation was to improve his fiend god physique to the next level, cultivating the attributes of the 8 divine races and 8 devil races, and finally fusing as one, reaching the 9th level of the soul wheel realm. He didn't even need to condense a soul wheel. Evil demon's spear. Boom! Accompanying Chu Yang's voice, the spiritual energy in his body surged, and an extremely terrifying, baleful aura and killing intent appeared in the surroundings, causing one's body and soul to tremble involuntarily. It was as though an evil demon had come to this world from hell. Boundless killing intent swept high into the sky, and demonic aura billowed in all directions. The 2 elders' hearts trembled violently. Just when they were talking to Chu Yang, in such a short period of time, Chu Yang's aura actually rose sharply, especially the demonic spear in his hand. It was even more terrifying than before. The changes were also very obvious. Other than the darkness and evilness, black demonic flames appeared on the spear, and the aura of hell became even stronger. Although there was the aura of hell before, it felt like hell was far away. But now, the two elders felt like hell was right in front of them. The divine devil martial spirit used many souls as materials to create the angel and evil demon. Such a change was like an emperor without an army, and an emperor with an army was naturally more terrifying. Angel's spear. With a buzzing sound, the spear of radiance appeared in Chu Yang's other hand. As soon as the spear appeared, the two elders immediately felt that they had committed grave sins and were about to be judged by the light. The souls of the two old men were completely trembling. They were in the soul fusion tier, while Chu Yang was merely at the peak stage of the ascending soul tier. There was a difference of 2 major tiers between them, but they were actually trembling in front of Chu Yang, extremely terrified. "Young master, I deserve to die." The two old men knelt down again. This time, they were sincerely convinced. There was only fear in their hearts. Towards Chu Yang, there was only reverence, boundless reverence. "Get up. I hope you're not acting." Then, Chu Yang smiled and said, "I believe you so easily for the time being. Of course, you can also think that I'm childish and ignorant." "Young master, we dare not." The two elders broke out in cold sweat. Previously, the two of them had given Chu Yang a bad impression. They had to make up for it. "That's it. I still have to kill people." Pung. A pair of wings appeared behind Chu Yang, but this pair of wings was definitely not allowed. One was light, and the other was darkness. It seemed like one was an angel's wing, and the other was a demon's wing. This pair of wings slightly flapped. It seemed as if light and darkness were intertwining and colliding with each other. Then a great power erupted. Whoosh! A loud explosion was heard, and a gale sprang up. Chu Yang disappeared in a flash. Not even a black dot could be seen in the distance. So fast, such terrifying speed. Extreme speed, it was definitely extreme speed. The two elders looked at each other, deeply shocked. Then, they immediately flew out and chased after Chu Yang. They knew very well where Chu Yang wanted to go. The message just now had clearly stated that it was going to the state of Wei. Chapter 928. It was as if the sky had been washed. It was a clear blue without a single cloud in sight. However, Chu Yang didn't notice such a sky because his speed was simply too fast. In just a few moments, the familiar Jinyuan city disappeared from his sight. Soon after, he arrived at the capital of Wei Nation, the Wei capital. The streets of the Wei capital were filled with people and carriages. The noise and filth of the mortal world soared into the sky. As if wanting to dye the clouds black and cause heavy rain to fall. Who dares to trespass into the imperial city? Flying is forbidden in the imperial city. Violators will be killed without mercy. How dare you, thief? You deserve 10,000 deaths. As soon as Chu Yang reached the capital of Wei, he directly smashed through the protective barrier formed above the capital and charged in. Immediately, the soldiers guarding the capital roared furiously, and some even attacked. But Chu Yang's speed was just too fast. Even with the obstruction of the formation, they could no longer see Chu Yang's figure in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang charged into the Wei Nation Imperial Palace and stood proudly in the air. Impudent! Do you really think we're decorations? Damn it! These people deserve to die. They dare to look down on our Wei Nation. Release the arrows and shoot them down. Behind Chu Yang, angry roars rang out again. The two elders followed closely behind Chu Yang and also arrived at the Wei capital. It's your honor that our young lord came to your Wei Nation. You dare to be impudent. Those who disrespect the young lord will die. The anger of the two heavenly fusion realm experts caused the entire Wei capital to be shaken. For a moment, the entire city was in chaos. However, it soon calmed down, and everyone couldn't help but look at the Wayne Nation Imperial Palace. The three people who came all entered the Imperial Palace. Who are these people? Who is this young lord? Who dares to look down on our Wayne Nation so boldly? In an instant, countless cultivators flew into the air. At the same time, countless people gathered and immediately saw a figure that seemed like a god or a devil. Chu Yang, it's the great monster Chu. That Chu Duiguang, Chu Baiguang, the one with great abilities and longevity. Who else could it be? Why did he come to our Wei country? Could it be that the Wei Emperor did something disgraceful and evil? Who knows? In an instant, many people in the capital of Wei recognized Chu Yang and began to discuss among themselves. In the Imperial Palace, many guards of the Imperial Palace had already gathered and surrounded Chu Yang. However, Chu Yang's aura made the guards' hearts palpitate. They could not help but tremble when they saw the person in the air. It was a fear that came from the depths of their hearts. It was an instinctive fear that told them that this person was extremely dangerous and could take their lives at any moment. Who are you? Why have you barged into the Imperial Palace? Among the guards, a spirit stage general asked angrily, even though he was extremely shocked. The dignity of the Wei Nation could not be sullied by anyone. Emperor Wei, I'm here. Are you still not coming out? Chu Yang didn't even look at the guards. How dare you? The spirit stage cultivator was enraged. He roared out and ordered all the guards. Everyone, listen up. Kill him. Schwa. Chapter 9:29. Boom. When this spirit stage general fell from the sky, the entire Wei capital was completely shaken, and it caused an uproar. He directly killed someone. It seems that the Wei Emperor must have done something that he can't tolerate, just like the Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Devil sect. Chu Yang is a ruthless person. He killed the third princess previously, and now he killed his way into the Imperial Palace. He even killed someone in the Imperial Palace. Even if he's a monster, he can't act so presumptuously in our Wei capital. Furthermore, he's killing people indiscriminately. How is he different from a devil? From his tone, it seems like he's targeting the Wei Emperor. Is he planning to fight against the entire Wei country by himself? Why not? Previously, many elders of the Soul Devourer clan surrounded him, but they were still killed by him. Let me see. Countless ordinary people of Wei also gathered at this time and rushed towards the direction of the Imperial Palace, not to mention the martial artists of Wei. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In an instant, the entire Imperial Palace trembled when Chu Yang killed the spirit stage general. However, they were the guards of the Imperial Palace. They had a high level of cultivation and reacted quickly. In an instant, they all responded to each other. Swords and sabers were unsheathed as numerous silhouettes leaped into the air. This was especially so in the depths of the Imperial Palace. Numerous soul reincarnation realm experts all rushed out and blocked Chu Yang's path. Go and call the Wei Emperor out. I came here today to kill the clan leader of the Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Devil sect. Chu Yang roared. Everyone heard him clearly. He told everyone his intentions. What? The Wei Emperor is protecting the clan leader of the Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Devil sect? Those two bastards are simply insane. How can the Wei Emperor protect them? I don't think it's just that. I think that the Wei Emperor is colluding with the Soul Devourer clan. The reason why the great monster Chu Yang killed the third princess was because the third princess and the Gold Rock Holy Sun wanted to kill Chu Yang. The citizens of the Wei capital instantly burst into an uproar. Many people began to criticize Chu Yang. Are you slandering me? The Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Demon sect slaughtered the citizens of the Wei kingdom. How can we protect the culprits? A minister at the 9th level of the Soul Reincarnation realm gave out the order, Men, take down this bold thief and hand him over to the Wei Emperor. Who can deal with me? Emperor Wei, that trash. I have the virtue of not wanting to kill too many people. Since you are so stubborn, then all of you can die. Chu Yang coldly snorted and suddenly condensed a flying knife and threw it out. A black light flashed past like a bolt of black lightning, tearing apart the void. Fast, fast, unbelievably fast. Pucci, this minister at the 9th level of the soul circulation realm, felt a sharp pain in his throat. After that, he instantly lost consciousness as blood splattered in all directions. Then, Chu Yang's spirit energy changed, and a devil's blade condensed in his hand. With a sweep of the blade, 10 heads flew into the sky in an instant. Blood spurted out from the necks, and it was as if 10 fountains had suddenly appeared. Stop! A furious roar came from afar. Then, 2 powerful auras descended. They were the Wei Kingdom's State Preceptor and Prime Minister. When a Wei Kingdom's State Preceptor arrived and saw the Wei Kingdom's experts killed by Chu Yang, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. You are simply a devil. Forget it. So what if I'm a devil? Chu Yang coldly sneered. You guys work together with scum like the Soul Devourer clan sect leader and wanted to harm me. Wei Kingdom must be destroyed. Chu Yang, you are presumptuous. Wei Kingdom's State Preceptor suddenly had a thought and shouted loudly, allowing everyone in the palace to hear him clearly. Citizens of Wei Kingdom, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Today, Chu Yang, this devil, barged into our Wei Kingdom's palace and wantonly killed people. Where is the dignity of our Wei Kingdom? Chapter 9:30. You really know how to show off, but is it useful? Spirit energy surged out from Chu Yang's hand and condensed into a devil-throwing knife. Who dares to insult my Wei nation? Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck down from the sky, causing the entire Wei nation's imperial palace to tremble. An old figure stepped out from the depths of the imperial palace and appeared in midair. His powerful aura was as though he was the ruler of the world, causing the surrounding void to freeze up. Countless onlookers couldn't help but retreat at this moment. Their hearts were filled with fear. The general in the imperial palace roared. The retired emperor has come out. There weren't many people in the Wei nation who didn't know about the retired emperor. His cultivation was extremely high. When he abdicated the throne to the Wei emperor, he was already at the 9th level of the spirit realm. After so many years, he had probably reached the soul fusion realm. The retired emperor had ruled the Wei nation for nearly 60 years. During his reign, the Wei nation's territory had more than doubled. When this person, the retired emperor of the Wei nation, arrived, the heavens and earth became silent. All sounds disappeared, and it was extremely silent, following which groups of armored soldiers continued to gather and surround Chu Yang. They were so densely packed that it was hard to tell how many people there were. You're Chu Yang, the one who killed my granddaughter? The retired emperor of the Wei nation's gaze was like a sword. His voice was extremely dignified. Today, you actually dared to kill someone in the Wei nation's imperial palace. Speak your reason, or else I'll make you beg for death. The retired emperor, right? Chu Yang said coldly. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the person. Chu Yang, don't slander me. The Wei nation's imperial teacher said angrily. The Wei nation will never protect a murderer who slaughters our people. Retired emperor, if we don't kill this child, where will the Wei nation's dignity go? The Wei nation's prime minister's killing intent was like a blade. He coldly looked at Chu Yang and said, dismemberment by 5 horses and 1,000 cuts will not be enough to atone for his crimes. Yes, the retired emperor nodded in agreement. Then, he ordered Chu Yang, kill yourself, and I'll leave your corpse intact. After he finished speaking, the retired emperor clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Chu Yang with contempt. A mere 9th layer ascending soul tier cultivator dared to be so impudent. He was already half a step into the soul fusion realm, so he could kill someone like Chu Yang with a raise of his hand. Did you not hear what I said? The retired emperor said again. Whoosh. Chu Yang didn't answer. The demon sword condensed in his hand, and the angel wings and wings of darkness on his back flapped fiercely. With a swoosh, he stabbed forward. The moment the assassination was launched, the sky and earth changed color. It was as if a door to hell had opened in the entire Wei Nation imperial palace. The aura of hell surged out, and demonic aura surged out. Then darkness descended, causing everything to fall into darkness. Wei Nation's retired emperor sneered. A mere ascending soul tier cultivator dares to make a move against me. He grinned hideously and reached out his hand to grab it. However, when his hand came into contact with the demon's sword, it was pierced through like a piece of paper and exploded. The demon's sword pierced his throat, and with a sweep, Wei Nation's retired emperor's head flew up. The head flew up, and a pillar of blood soared into the sky. Up until this moment, Wei Nation's grand imperial sire's old eyes were still flashing with disbelief. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that a mere ninth-layer ascending soul realm cultivator would be able to stab him to death with a single sword strike and cut off his head. Chu Yang grabbed the head in his hand and sneered, "Retired Emperor, whose retired emperor are you? In your words, you actually dared to be impudent in front of me. I'll kill you like a dog." Wei Nation's retired emperor wasn't completely dead. He said with difficulty, You actually killed me. How is this possible? Who do you think you are? I can even kill a true soul fusion realm cultivator, let alone a half-baked one like you. Chu Yang's sword slashed down, directly cutting the head in half. Wei Nation's retired emperor was completely dead in just a moment. A person who was half a step into the soul fusion realm died, just like that. He came quickly and left even faster. Chapter 9:31. What else do you have to rely on? Bring it all out. Only Chu Yang's voice could be heard. Wei Capital was dead silent. Perhaps they would never be able to forget what had just happened. He was a supreme figure who had once ruled the Wei Nation for 60 years. He was the Grand Emperor of the Wei Nation. However, in the time it took him to pee, he was easily stabbed to death by a sword. His head was cut off, and he was deader than dead. He was no different from a chicken or a dog. This was a nightmare, an extremely terrifying nightmare. Everyone in Wei Capital's imperial palace fell into this nightmare. It was as if they would never wake up again. They were all dumbstruck. Wei Nation's imperial advisor and prime minister were also dumbstruck. They were petrified and couldn't move at all. At this moment, their bodies were cold and their souls were trembling. They couldn't believe this scene. No one in Wei Capital's imperial palace could believe what had just happened. Wei Nation's invincible existence, who was half a step into the soul amalgamation realm, died just like that. What a reckless thing. What bullshit retired emperor. He's not even an ant in front of young lord. How dare he disrespect young lord? It's too easy for him to die just like that. The voices of the two elders were like heavy hammers that smashed into everyone's hearts, waking them up. At this moment, Chu Yang's divine sense had already enveloped the entire Wei Capital's imperial palace. He was investigating the Soul Devourer clan's clan leader, Jun Tianhen, and the Thousand Devil Sect's clan leader, Jun Tiannu. Oh my god, how is this possible? An ascending soul realm martial artist exclaimed in disbelief. Wei Nation's retired emperor, the father of Wei Nation's emperor, the supreme figure of Wei Nation, a half-step soul amalgamation realm retired emperor, was stabbed to death with a single sword. Is Chu Yang a human or a ghost? A god or a devil? Wei Nation's retired emperor is dead. He's really dead. Wei Nation's emperor is definitely not his match. His death is only a matter of time. Wei Nation's destruction is inevitable. If Wei Nation is destroyed, there will be chaos. We will definitely be affected. These were only ordinary people of Wei Nation. The armored soldiers, generals, and ministers of Wei Capital's imperial palace were already shouting, "Kill him and avenge the retired emperor. Kill this demon. Our Wei Nation will not be humiliated." Several generals and ministers were filled with righteous indignation and encouraged everyone to besiege Chu Yang. Chi! The aura of the devil appeared, and the darkness of the universe flashed by. Sounds rang out continuously, and in an instant, those who were clamoring died. Everyone only saw a bloody hole appear in their throats. Then they saw Chu Yang, who was like a god, holding a flying knife with surging demonic chi in his hand. He was like the heavens, judging all living beings and judging everyone's fate. Most of the people I've killed deserve to die. Chu Yang opened his mouth, his voice resounding throughout the entire Wei capital. The state of Wei harbors and colludes with the sect master of the Soul Devourer clan, the sect master of the Thousand Devil sect, and other devils. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Those who persist in their wrongdoings and help the evildoers kill without mercy. Chu Yang used the godly devil martial spirit to speak. It was like the heavens speaking the human language, warning the living beings in the world. It was grand, majestic, noble, and supreme, causing all the clamor to die down. Chu Yang was too lazy to care about the reaction of the people in the Wei capital. If they made a move against him, he would not show mercy no matter who it was. Then, he looked at the state preceptor and prime minister of Wei. Soul Devourer clan's sect master, Jun Tianin, Thousand Spirit sect's sect master, Jun Tiannu, and the human emperor. There aren't many chances. If you want to be like the Wei nation's grand exalted elder, then do as you say. Chapter 932. Chu Yang, I'll be honest with you. Our backer is the Qianzi of the East Continent. Qianzi sent us to the Eastern Wilderness, and he will be the future ruler of the Eastern Wilderness. If you dare to kill us, you will definitely die. The Wei Nation Chancellor was initially terrified, but as soon as he finished speaking, he sneered and looked at Chu Yang with disdain. Just as he was about to assume a high and mighty attitude, he immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Miraculously, he saw his head leave his body. At the same time, he also felt intense pain before his head exploded in the air, and he died completely. So what if you're from the East Continent? Chu Yang sneered as he cut off his head with his saber. To be honest, he was a little surprised. He never expected the Wei Nation Chancellor to be from the East Continent. Moreover, from what he said, the so-called Qianzi of the East Continent seemed to be plotting something in the Eastern Wilderness. Chu Yang naturally had some scruples about the East Continent, but at this time, the Wei Nation Chancellor still dared to be so arrogant. If he didn't kill him, where would his dignity be? How could he suppress the situation? Not to mention the East Continent. Even if he was sent by the Emperor, Chu Yang would still kill him. You. The Imperial Preceptor of Wei State shouted. His hands trembled, not knowing whether it was out of fear or anger. He pointed at Chu Yang and said, "You're dead. You're dead. Not only did you ruin the Qianzi's plan in the Eastern Wilderness, but you also dared to disrespect him. You'll definitely die. Even God can't save you." The Qianzi of the East Continent. The two elders frowned. Noisy. Chu Yang also waved the devil's saber and cut off his head, immediately taking his life. The East Continent, the Wei Nation Chancellor and Chancellor are both from the East Continent. What's the Qianzi of the East Continent's intention? Is he here to enslave us? What Wei Nation? What dignity? Honor? Wei Nation is just a piece of shit. It's just a plaything. Why should we risk our lives for it? Damn it. I'm afraid Emperor Wei is also a lackey of the East Continent. Chu Yang frowned slightly. With the intervention of the East Continent's so-called Qianzi, things had become even more complicated. This was something that he had never expected. Fortunately, he had taken the initiative to launch an attack. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The sudden appearance of the East Continent Qianzi immediately made the loyal armored soldiers of the Wei Imperial Palace give up on the idea of biting off a piece of flesh from Chu Yang, even at the cost of their lives. They were the armored soldiers of the Wei Nation, and they recognized the Wei Nation, not the so-called East Continent Qiansan. Wang. Chu Yang used the reincarnation gourd. He swung his hand and hit the void. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the void and sucked in the souls of the retired emperor, the prime minister, and the imperial advisor. Then, they were used as materials by the god-devil martial soul to create angels and demons. The memories of the three people's souls were also transmitted into Chu Yang's consciousness. After that, Chu Yang had a complete understanding of everything. 10 years ago, the Wei nation had already submitted to the East continent Qianzi. This so-called Qianzi wanted to control the eastern wilderness and make the entire eastern wilderness his headquarters. Chu Yang had a better understanding of the eastern wilderness. The eastern wilderness was originally a territory of the East continent's main world. When two supreme figures fought, the sky fell and the earth cracked, the sun and the moon dimmed, and the eastern wilderness was separated from the main world on the East continent's main world. Although the eastern wilderness was separated from the main world, the eastern wilderness was still under the protection of the main world. After the eastern wilderness was separated, it became an incomplete, small world. The world's essence was thin and couldn't support powerful beings. Under the protection of the main world, the world's law formed and restricted the realm of living beings. Originally, the highest realm of living beings in the eastern wilderness was limited to the peak of the spirit stage, ninth stage. No matter if it was entering or exiting, as long as one's realm was above the peak of the spirit stage, ninth stage, they would be restricted. The patriarch of the clan elders, the saint, was one such example. When Chu Yang first saw him, he couldn't sense it. Later on, when he released a trace of his aura, Chu Yang was able to sense it with the help of the Eastern Wilderness Tower. Chapter 9:33. Originally, the Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, the desolate demons, and the sea gods' realms weren't limited to the spirit realm. However, after entering the Eastern Wilderness, they were all restricted to the spirit realm. During the war, they weren't able to display their original realms. Otherwise, the entire Eastern Wilderness would have been destroyed by them. The reason why the Eastern Wilderness allowed soul amalgamation realm cultivators was because Qianzi wanted to turn the Eastern Wilderness in his own base. He plundered the origins of various small dimensions and injected them into the Eastern Wilderness's origin, causing the Eastern Wilderness to become stronger. This caused the laws of the heavens and earth to change and the restrictions to change. Such extravagance! Chu Yang's mind trembled violently. This so-called Eastern continent's Qianzi was simply managing his own small world. Such a person was definitely an extremely powerful existence. He had gotten himself into trouble, and it was a huge trouble. Fortunately, the Eastern Wilderness had a restriction of realms. If Qianzi dared to barge in, Chu Yang was confident that he could kill him. However, he still felt a sense of urgency and pressure. I have to increase my realm immediately. It wasn't difficult for Chu Yang to increase his realm. He already had the divine demon body and had cultivated the 9 basic elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. It wasn't difficult for him to cultivate the 8 divine demon bodies and the 8 demon bodies of the 8 great god clans and 8 great demon clans. The only obstacle was his divine demon martial soul. Everything would be controlled by his divine demon martial soul. Therefore, as long as his divine demon martial soul increased and he had enough energy, he could instantly complete everything and reach the 8th level of the soul reincarnation realm. He could even reach the peak of the 9th level of the soul reincarnation realm. Chu Yang's realm had jumped out of the system because of the Destiny Twins' martial souls. Plunder crazily. After killing the 2 of them, Chu Yang continued to fly around the Wei nation's imperial palace and took out the yin-yang 4 symbols vase. He activated his divine demon martial spirit, and an endless suction force burst out. Elixirs, swords, divine weapons, and other treasures of the Wei nation's imperial palace were all sucked into it. In just an instant, the countless treasures, elixirs, treasures, and resources of the Wei nation's imperial palace were all swept clean. Many of them were directly analyzed by the celestial demon martial spirit and turned into materials for creation. This was a huge amount of resources. Just think about it. The Wei country had ruled for many years and ruled over a huge territory. How much wealth did they have? However, there were many materials, treasures, and pellets that Chu Yang's celestial devil martial spirit couldn't use, but he could give them to his father, big brother, and the others. It It was more than enough for Chu Yang to build up his own team and unify the Eastern Wilderness. He already had this thought in mind. The East Continent's Qian Zi hoped to make the Eastern Wilderness into his base camp. This gave Chu Yang a hint. The Eastern Wilderness could be his final resting place. Rumble. The wealth was secondary. The Wei Nation's dragon vein was the most precious. Chu Yang directly took out the dragon vein under the Wei Nation's imperial palace and handed it to the celestial demon martial spirit. Whoosh! After that, Chu Yang directly left. He had already learned the whereabouts of Jun Tianhen and Jun Tianqiu from the memories of the Wei Nation's retired emperor, the prime minister, and the state preceptor. At this moment, the four emperors of the four nations, the demon kings, and the others were gathered together and bargaining with the people sent by the Qianzi. The entire Wei Nation's imperial palace had been ransacked. After Chu Yang completely left, some people woke up after a while. They looked at the devastated Wei Nation's imperial palace and looked at each other. The Wei Nation will be in chaos. The Eastern Wilderness will be in turmoil. Who will rule the Wei Nation in the future? No matter what, the Wei Nation's retired emperor is dead. The Wei Nation will definitely be annihilated. Chapter 9:34. The four emperors of the four countries, the Gold Rock King, the Lion King, the Tiger King, the Three-Eyed King, as well as the Sea Demon City Lord, the descendants of the Eastern Wilderness's great emperor, Jun Tianhen and Jun Tiannu, had agreed to meet the people from the East Continent on an island. This island wasn't far from Sea Demon City, but it was an island created by someone else, and it was erratic. Chu Yang was very clear about the strength of the people from the Eastern Wilderness. Other than Jun Tianqiu, who was at the Soul Amalgamation Realm, and Wei Country's Grand Emperor, who was at the Half-Step Soul Amalgamation Realm, no one else had stepped into the Soul Amalgamation Realm. However, Chu Yang didn't know how strong the people from the East Continent were. Chu Yang was most afraid of the people from the East Continent. If the people from the East Continent were too strong, then it would be troublesome. Unless he immediately broke through to the Soul Reincarnation Realm. To Chu Yang, the Soul Reincarnation Realm wasn't called the Soul Reincarnation Realm because he didn't need to condense the soul of the Soul Reincarnation Realm. Once he broke through, there would be no pressure to assassinate a Soul Amalgamation Realm expert. However, Chu Yang couldn't break through in the Eastern Wilderness now, but this didn't limit him. As long as his divine devil martial spirit improved, his battle strength would also increase. Not long ago, he plundered the Wei Country's imperial palace, seized the Wei Country's dragon vein, and used the divine devil martial spirit to create an illusory kingdom of light and kingdom of darkness. These two turned from illusion to reality, and with the addition of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, he could instantly cultivate the remaining 8 divine physiques and 8 devil physiques. The two elders by Chu Yang's side had the deepest impression of Chu Yang's change, and they were even more shocked. In their eyes, Chu Yang was no longer a human. The acupoints and organs in his body were like an abyss that devoured everything. He was like a bright sun that emitted endless rays of light. When the spiritual energy surged, it was as if thousands of gods and devils were flying. It was as if heaven and earth were breathing. His body was filled with divinity and demonic nature. Sometimes he was like a god. Sometimes he was like a demon. His body was like hell, but it was also like heaven. He could switch between the two and walk between heaven and hell, controlling everything in heaven and hell. Gods and demons were all under his command. They also sensed that Chu Yang's aura had already risen to the 5th level of the soul circulation realm in this short period of time since they left the Wei Imperial Palace. This caused them to be shocked. Chu Yang hadn't even broken through to the soul reincarnation realm, yet his aura was already comparable to the 5th level of the soul reincarnation realm. And in such a short period of time, his cultivation level rose by 5 levels. This was truly shocking. The two elders were even more in awe of Chu Yang. In front of him, they were even more cautious and cautious. Chu Yang was able to assassinate a soul amalgamation realm martial artist when he was at the peak of the ascending soul realm? What would happen if he was at the 5th level of the soul reincarnation realm? The two elders couldn't even begin to imagine. The sea breeze blew and the waves surged. The deep blue ocean was already under their feet. Their speed was so fast that they would soon reach their target island. Young lord, it might be a little inappropriate for you to enter the tiger's den alone. At this moment, the two elders spoke. They were already a little worried. After all, this involved the people from the East Continent. It's fine. I won't clash head-on with them. Chuyang frowned slightly and spoke again, send the news back. What did the patriarch say? Young lord, we haven't received news of the patriarch's disappearance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. While the three of them were flying, an island suddenly appeared in front of them. Wait here. Yes, young lord. Chapter 9:35. His speed was extremely fast as he flew on the surface of the sea. Soon, a dense fog appeared in front of him. It was a mirage. Those who fell into it would easily lose their way. This was not a problem for him. After another incense stick of time, an island suddenly appeared in front of Chuyang. It could be said that it was a big ship. The island was very small and looked down from above. Chuyang looked at it and saw that it was like a huge ship floating on the surface of the sea, drifting along with the waves. It was extremely quiet on the island. In the sky, where the island met the atmosphere, there was a layer of light shield. This was a protective shield formed by an array. Chuyang was an array master, so this was nothing to him. This island was the place where the 4 emperors of the 4 countries, Jun Tianhen, and the others discussed with the people from the East Continent. Other than the protective shield of the array, there was no other security on the island. Obviously, they were very confident. No one would have thought of it, and no one would come to investigate. Chuyang's gaze penetrated the island. He immediately saw that there was not only a huge array under the island, but also countless mechanisms. Once activated, the entire island could move quickly. It was really an unparalleled, huge ship. That's... While Chuyang was carefully observing the entire island, he immediately felt several incomparably vigorous auras. As soon as he perceived them, he immediately saw the 4 sovereigns of the 4 countries. These 4 people were all wearing dragon robes. Their facial features were full of majesty. Aside from the 4 kings, there were 4 other people with monstrous auras. One of them had eyes like a golden vortex, one had hair like a lion's mane, one had a 3rd eye on his forehead, and the last one had a thick, baleful aura around him. Gold Rock King, Lion King, 3-Eyed King, Tiger King. The kings of the demon clan in the eastern wilderness were all present. Then, Chuyang saw 2 more people on the island. These 2 people's complexions were incomparably pale, sickly pale. Jun Tianhen. Jun Tianhen. Chuyang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Second brother, if we join Xianzi, I'm afraid the elders will not tolerate us. This is simply turning our backs on our ancestors, Sai. The sect master of the Thousand Devils sect, Jun Tiannu, let out a long sigh. We are the true masters of the eastern wilderness, but now we are reduced to slaves. As he spoke, he fiercely gritted his teeth. Damn lowlife. I will definitely cut this Chuyang into 1,000 pieces and tear his corpse into 1,000 pieces. Third brother, be careful with your words, the clan leader of the Soul Devourer clan said. If they hear you, I'm afraid it won't be good. Jun Tiannu nodded. Behind him, Jun Tianhen frowned and said, we are just pretending to be obedient. Later, they will ask for an exorbitant price. So what if we offend them? Big Brother is already at the 3rd level of the soul amalgamation realm. If he obtains the source of the small dimensional world in the East Continent, he will definitely break through. At that time, he will sweep through the eastern wilderness. Who can stop him? As for Qianzi, Jun Tianhen sneered. Does he think we don't know what he's planning? Chuyang was originally listening to the conversation between the 2, but suddenly, several incomparably vigorous auras broke through the air and directly entered the island. Chuyang narrowed his eyes. He could feel that these people's auras were completely different from those in the eastern wilderness. They are from the East Continent. Senior brother Hao Miao, this time we are here to negotiate with the local tyrants of the eastern wilderness. Are we really going to compromise and give the extremely precious source of the dimensional worlds to these bumpkins? You must know that it was extremely difficult for Qianzi to obtain the source of these dimensional worlds. He risked his life, and even we didn't have the chance to obtain a trace of it. How can we give it to these bumpkins for free? Chapter 9:36. Xu Yang carefully sensed that this young man should be at the 7th level of the spirit realm. However, he felt that this young man was even stronger than Jun Tianqiu. Senior brother Hao Miao made Xu Yang even more shocked. His soul fusion realm was far superior to Jun Tianqiu's soul fusion realm. When this person appeared in the eastern wilderness, his entire body emitted an aura that could dominate the world. His cultivation was unfathomable. Xu Yang could even feel the sharp aura coming from his body. He also sensed a powerful mental power that completely surpassed Jun Tianqiu's. It was very likely that he was at the peak of the 9th level of the soul fusion realm. However, his strength was greatly suppressed. The surrounding void was clearly rejecting and suppressing him. Although the same situation happened to the scarred young man, it wasn't as obvious and intense as this person. The eastern wilderness is the most important part of Qianzi's plan. If you occupy the eastern wilderness, Qianzi will be able to advance or retreat. Even if you offend an old antique or enrage a major force, you won't have to be afraid. You can do whatever you want. Senior brother Hao Miao continued. As for these bumpkins in the eastern wilderness, we can only let them off easy for now. Once Qianzi refines the multidimensional world's origin and injects it into the eastern wilderness's origin, he will leave his mark. At that time, the entire eastern wilderness will belong to Qianzi. It will also be the time when these bumpkins die. As he spoke, senior brother Hao Miao gritted his teeth. It seemed that he didn't even have the chance to experience the softness of peerless beauties. Instead, he gave them to a group of beggars. Then we can only endure for now. As long as we can endure for a period of time, these bumpkins will all die. The scarred young man said fiercely, "It won't be long. Junior brother Chong Kong and the others should be on their way with a multidimensional world's origin. When we deal with these bumpkins, junior brother Chong Kong and the others will inject the multidimensional world's origin into the eastern wilderness's origin." The group from the East Continent continued their conversation as they flew deeper into the island. Soon they stopped talking. On the other side, the 4 emperors of the 4 nations had gathered again and were flying toward the group from the East Continent. The 4 emperors of the 4 countries, the kings of the monster race, Jun Tianhen and Jun Tiannu, must have communicated with each other. However, they must have had their own plans. Jun Tianhen and Jun Tiannu were the first to reveal their powerful qi. Poisonous qi rolled around their bodies, showing their noble qi. At first glance, they seemed to be the masters of this island. "Everyone has arrived. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." "It's fine." Senior brother Hao Miao immediately smiled and said, "I think the 2 of you should be the descendants of the great emperor of the eastern wilderness. Indeed, the difference in strength is different. Qianzi asked me to send his regards to the 2 of you." Jun Tianhen and Jun Tiannu had shown their strength in order to increase their right to speak, so that they could ask for an exorbitant price. As for senior brother Hao Miao, he wanted to destroy the relationship between Jun Tianhen and the 4 emperors of the 4 kingdoms, so he deliberately treated him differently. This immediately worked. The 4 emperors of the 4 kingdoms and the kings of the monster races' eyes lit up. They also went up to greet them and said with great enthusiasm, "Honored guests, please forgive us for not welcoming you from afar. These 4 must be the 4 emperors of the eastern wilderness, Emperor Wei, Emperor Qi, Emperor Wu, and Emperor Han." Senior brother Hao Miao smiled and said to the kings of the monster race, "This must be the Gold Rock King." He pointed out each of them to show that he valued them. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "Junior, see Hao Miao greets the seniors." After some small talk, Jun Tianhen and the other said, "Young Master Hao Miao, this way please. This way please." The group of dozens of people left in a grandiose manner. They entered the most exquisite palace on the island and disappeared. Chu Yang saw everything clearly, but he did not continue to follow them. It was too dangerous. Chu Yang felt that Si Hao Miao of the East Continent was not simple. He was afraid that Si Hao Miao would discover him. As for the news he had heard, it was extremely important. The people of the East Continent were making a move on the other side. If they succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Stop them. I must stop them. I must not let them succeed. Chu Yang was very decisive, and he was also very clear about the consequences. His priority now wasn't to assassinate Jun Tianhen, the four countries, four emperors, or Si Hao Miao. Instead, it was to stop the other group of people from the East Continent, that so-called Junior Marshal Brother Changkong. If I rob the passerby of the East Continent and obtain the origin of those dimensional worlds, my divine demon martial soul will be greatly improved. At that time, it'll be much easier for me to kill this group of people. Chapter 9:37. Having made up his mind, Chu Yang immediately took action. His body moved silently, leaving the island in an instant. Then, he found the two elders and asked them to look for the other group of people from the East Continent, while he himself flew in the direction of the East Continent. At the end of the distant ocean was the East Continent, a place Chu Yang had never been to before. Although the Eastern Wilderness seemed to be connected to the East Continent by a sea, the two were in different space-time dimensions, and that sea was not an ordinary sea, but the space-time turbulence. The space-time turbulence was extremely chaotic, and space-time storms raged everywhere. Ordinary creatures could not pass through at all, but because the Eastern Wilderness was connected to the East Continent by a link, there was a space passage on this link to enter and exit the Eastern Wilderness. If Chu Yang's guess was correct, the other group from the Eastern Wilderness should have entered the Eastern Wilderness later than Si Hao Miao's group, so they should be on their way here at this moment. He followed a route, flying in a straight line. As he flew, he fully released his powerful divine instinct, sensing the fluctuations in all directions. Along the way, he saw sporadic ships heading towards the East Continent. Those were the people from the Eastern Wilderness who were going to the East Continent. Because of the space-time storms, although there were space passages connecting to the East Continent from the Eastern Wilderness, these spaces were extremely unstable and had a high probability of shattering, so it was extremely dangerous. Chu Yang flew further and further, and soon the sporadic ships on the sea were gone. The waves in the ocean were getting more and more dangerous, and the climate was changing constantly, and there were almost no creatures in the sea. His divine sense swept across the ocean, but he could not see any sea beasts or living creatures, let alone fish. In such a dangerous environment, it was difficult for creatures to survive. Gradually, he suddenly realized that the ocean in front of him seemed to be divided, and a huge barrier appeared in front of him. The Eastern Wilderness Barrier? This was the end of the Eastern Wilderness, and beyond it was the space-time turbulence. After passing through the space-time turbulence, he would immediately reach the East Continent, and there would be a completely different world there. Could it be that the other group from the East Continent has already reached the Eastern Wilderness? Rumble. Just as Chu Yang was feeling bewildered, a strong wave of spiritual energy suddenly came from the space barrier of the Eastern Wilderness. Behind it, a passage slowly opened, and a large golden ship appeared on the sea. This large ship was a noble golden color, as if it was the dragon ship of an emperor. It was huge and oppressive, releasing extremely powerful fluctuations, as if an emperor was patrolling his own sea region. As soon as it appeared, the raging waves on the surface of the sea, which could easily overturn a hill-sized ship, immediately disappeared. Everything seemed to be suppressed by a large hand. The giant ship was enveloped by a light shield. At the edge of the light shield, there were streaks of pitch-black color that appeared and disappeared immediately. It was a spatial tear. The giant ship was too powerful, and the space-time on this side of the Eastern Wilderness was unable to withstand it. Space was torn apart. Chuyang easily perceived that there was a suffocating and extremely vigorous aura in the giant ship. This aura seemed to be even more vigorous than the ocean. There was no doubt that this was another group of people from the East Continent. Chapter 9:38. This is troublesome. Chuyang frowned as he looked at the giant golden ship. He felt like he was facing a steel hedgehog. He didn't know where to start. Moreover, the giant ship could even tear the void apart. He definitely wouldn't be able to break through its defenses. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Chuyang carefully sensed the powerful aura and found that there were 6 or 7 other powerful auras beside it. He could sense the aura even more clearly. He found that this aura was like the giant ship in front of him. The void around it was constantly tearing apart and mending. Those above the 5th level of the Soul Fusion realm have surpassed the Eastern Wilderness's realm limit. The Eastern Wilderness's origin. Because Qianzi had injected the origin of the dimensional world, the Eastern Wilderness's realm limit had been raised to the Soul Fusion realm. However, it was only at the 5th level of the Soul Fusion realm at most. In other words, the aura Chuyang sensed could tear apart the Eastern Wilderness's void. This meant that even if he suppressed his realm, his cultivation was still at the edge of the Eastern Wilderness's permissible limit. This person should be the junior brother Chongkong that Si Haomiao had mentioned. Chuyang shouldn't be a match for him at all. Although his divine demon martial soul had begun to create worlds and his strength had increased greatly, it still wasn't enough. This person was much stronger than Jun Tianqiu. Is this the difference between the Eastern Wilderness and the East Continent? Chuyang narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, I have to do it even if I can't. He definitely wouldn't allow that so-called Qianzi to occupy the entire Eastern Wilderness. The Eastern Wilderness was where his friends and family lived. How could he give it to someone else? Beat the grass and startle the snake. Chuyang's eyes flashed. He quickly came up with a plan. I'll startle them and lure them out to assassinate them. Chuyang was only one person. The people of the East Continent had their eyes on the top of their heads. They would definitely not put him in their eyes. Moreover, their trip was top secret. If they were discovered, they would definitely kill him. They would never let him go. With his decision made, Chuyang looked at the golden ship below. While suppressing the wind and waves because he feared tearing through space would be too intense, he could only slowly move forward. However, none of this could shake his mind. He displayed the 5 elements' thunderous hand. Rumble. With a loud bang, Chuyang made his move. A thick bolt of lightning struck the giant warship. However, the giant warship's protective shield only emitted a dazzling light, but it did not budge at all. Hiss! Chuyang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Where did this madman come from? He actually dares to be so impudent towards us. You don't know the difference between life and death. An ant dares to offend us? Kill without mercy. We can't spare them. At first, the people on the giant ship were slightly shocked, but then they couldn't help but become enraged, roaring angrily. Soon, 7 or 8 people appeared. The one in the lead was a one-eyed youth. At this moment, a cold light flashed in his single eye. He stared at Chuyang like a ferocious beast. It's him. Chuyang immediately confirmed his assassination target. Then he smiled at the 7 or 8 people on the giant warship and said, It's a misunderstanding. I misjudged you. Please forgive me. Chuyang immediately left. A native of the Eastern Wilderness. He's just an ant. He shouldn't have been discovered by one of the local tyrants. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move. Regardless of whether he is or not, we can't let him escape. Chapter 9:39. Whoosh! The one-eyed youth was extremely fast. Sonic booms, sharp whistles, and the sound of the wind could be heard as he flew. With just a single movement, the space around him was shattered. At the same time, the restriction of the laws of the world on him became even stronger. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him, causing his body to sway and his cultivation to fall to the spirit stage. Now's the time. Chuyang made his move. Boom! The light and dark wings appeared behind him. One was the angel's wing, while the other was the demon's wing. In an instant, it was as if hell and heaven had appeared behind him at the same time, pushing him to fly at an extremely fast speed. Then his body suddenly disappeared and completely disappeared into the void. Petty tricks, the one-eyed youth sneered in disdain. But just as he finished speaking, Chu Yang suddenly appeared behind him. He condensed the demon's sword and stabbed forward. As the sword appeared, the world turned dark. The sun and moon lost their light. Ghosts wailed and demons howled. Demonic aura surged, and a massacre march resounded. The aura of death surged out as if a demon had descended. The Grim Reaper was holding the Grim Reaper's scythe and was about to reap the lives of living beings. "Native, how dare you?" The one-eyed youth was furious and grinned. With a rumble, a massive aura burst out. He grabbed out with his hand, causing the space to change and explode. A spatial storm was formed to kill Chu Yang. Dying. At this moment, the one-eyed youth was the most powerful existence in the eastern wilderness. His white hand seemed to contain the most terrifying power in the world. With a single grab, the space shattered. No one in the eastern wilderness could withstand it. He was indeed powerful, but this world was too weak. Even the void couldn't withstand his grab. Whoosh! At this critical moment, Chu Yang didn't want to be involved in the spatial storm. Therefore, he could only give up on the assassination attempt. He flapped his angel's wing and demon's wing and escaped. He immediately disappeared into the void. "Native, you're truly daring. You actually dared to assassinate me." With a furious voice, the one-eyed youth grabbed the void and exploded it. A spatial storm swept out. At the same time, he wantonly destroyed the eastern wilderness. The laws of heaven and earth once again acted on him, fiercely suppressing his cultivation. His cultivation was once again suppressed back to the peak of the spirit stage. Chu Yang's voice rang out from the void. It was extremely sarcastic. "Do you think I won't be able to find you if you hide in the void? The eastern wilderness restricts me greatly, but do you think I can't touch you? Do you think I need to use my full strength to kill a mere native like you?" Whoosh! The one-eyed young man sneered. Then, he lunged in Chu Yang's direction. He had indeed clearly captured Chu Yang's location. After all, in this world, he could even easily tear apart the void. It was far too easy for him to capture Chu Yang's tracks. However, this time, he suppressed his cultivation to the peak of spirit stage 9th level. Just as he said, he didn't put Chu Yang in his eyes. At this critical moment, Chu Yang did not escape. After all, he couldn't escape. At this moment, he used both his divine and demonic martial souls. Rumble. Suddenly, a gigantic phantom appeared behind him. It looked like a god and a demon. It looked like a god that created the world. It also looked like a demon king. It looked like the incarnation of the heavens and earth that looked down on the world. What is that? That native actually turned into a god. Is he the ruler of the heavens and earth? That's too terrifying. Of the 6 or 7 people on the giant ship, those with weaker cultivation couldn't even look at the phantom. None of them were able to remain calm. They were all stunned. Being looked down at by the gigantic phantom, they felt an indescribably terrifying pressure. It was as if they were ants facing the heavens. Every single one of them had a pale complexion. They couldn't help but tremble. This was a natural suppression. It was an instinctive fear that originated from the soul. Even Chu Yang was shocked by such power. However, he immediately understood after making a deduction. This was the power of the eastern wilderness. It was the power of the eastern wilderness. It wasn't Chu Yang's own power. It was attracted by his divine and demonic martial soul, causing the laws of the heavens and earth to act on him. With his help, he was able to eliminate the one-eyed young man. Chapter 940. After Chu Yang borrowed the power of the eastern wilderness, he suddenly reached out with his hand. The projection behind him moved at the same time. The projection was so huge that its head touched the sky and its feet stepped on the ground. It was boundless. When it reached out with its hand, the entire sea was covered, and the sky was no longer visible. The sky trembled as if it was about to collapse, and the giant warship was as small as a fish in front of the hand. How is this possible? How can the natives of the eastern wilderness possess such power? The one-eyed youth was scared out of his wits. Shu Yang responded. He said playfully, I said there's light, so there's light. I said there was darkness, so there was darkness. I said you're guilty, so you're guilty. Under the support of the laws of heaven and earth, it was as if the heavens were speaking. His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder had descended. The giant warship trembled violently, and everyone on it felt like their ears were ringing. They were about to fall, and they all spat out mouthfuls of blood. This was too terrifying. Were the natives of the eastern wilderness all so powerful? The giant hand reached down, and it could be said that it covered the sky. An extremely oppressive aura filled every corner of the void. The one-eyed youth and the others trembled in fear. There was actually such a powerful being in the eastern wilderness. The one-eyed youth was still in a daze, but he was already caught in the giant hand. Senior brother Kong, hurry up and run. They were unable to resist such an astonishing power, and it made them feel despair. The remaining people had no intention of resisting at all. They flew out of the giant warship and fled for their lives. Do you think you can escape? The voice was like a tsunami that connected heaven and earth. It also seemed to come from the 9 heavens, as if it had pierced through time and space. A giant hand reached out toward these fleeing people. The giant hand of the heavens was extremely dazzling, and each finger was a giant sun. There seemed to be all kinds of laws of the great Tao intersecting on them. Shu Yang seemed to be the ruler of heaven and earth. He had descended to the mortal realm to clean up the world. This group of people was all trash, and not a single piece of trash could escape. However, no one died. Even the one-eyed young man was no exception. Shu Yang had originally wanted to crush the one-eyed youth, but in the end, he discovered that he was stopped by an indescribable power. The one-eyed youth cultivation had only been plundered by the laws of heaven and earth in the eastern wilderness, and had fallen to the ascending soul tier. The same was true for the other 6 or 7 people. It was as if the people from the East Continent were just a few puppies, and he was only cleaning off the dirt on them. Their excessively high cultivation bases were the greatest stain in this world. Still not clean enough? Shu Yang used his godly devil martial spirit and plundered their cultivation once again. He plundered their cultivation completely, causing them to fall to the origin martial realm. After that, the power of the eastern wilderness completely disappeared from his body. In the end, it's not my own strength that's unreliable. Whoosh! Shu Yang entered the giant ship and began to take control of it. Naturally, he couldn't let go of this giant ship. If he wanted to go to the East Continent in the future, he would have to rely on this giant ship. Who exactly are you? Do you know what the consequences of attacking us are? The one-eyed youth was shocked and fearful, but his words were still extremely arrogant. He was just relying on his identity from the East Continent and the so-called lackey of Qianzi. Shu Yang ignored them. Their cultivation bases had all been plundered, and they were no longer a threat. Chapter 941. The jade bottle wasn't big, but Chu Yang's hand suddenly grabbed it. Suddenly, a powerful force burst out, bouncing off his 5 fingers. The web between his thumb and forefinger was cracked, and the bones in his entire arm were almost all broken. In addition, just by grabbing it, he felt that the jade bottle was extremely heavy. It was heavier than a mountain, heavier than an ocean. At that moment, Chu Yang felt as if he was trying to grab a world. The jade bottle also contained an extremely powerful restriction. Chu Yang tried to open it, but to no avail. It's really amazing. Chu Yang was shocked. He had obtained the eastern wilderness's source before, but he had never felt this way. He directly used his divine demon martial spirit, and the many restrictions on the jade bottle were immediately broken. Many talisman seals were broken and disappeared. With a bang, the moment he pulled out the cork, a huge amount of spirit chi went berserk. It rumbled like a raging wave, rushing out of the jade bottle and sending him flying. However, he didn't feel any discomfort. When the spirit chi hit him, it was also absorbed by him. At that moment, he only felt that his entire body was comfortable. It was as if his entire body had opened up, and he vaguely felt like he was floating in the air. He once again sensed the inside of the jade bottle, and he was shocked to see a hazy, chaotic lake. The source of the dimensional world? So many dimensional world sources? No wonder the jade bottle was so heavy. Chuyang also felt that the source of this dimensional world seemed to be much stronger than the source of the eastern wilderness. Huh! Chuyang laughed heartily. With so many dimensional world sources, it was enough for his divine demon martial spirit to condense the world in his palm. Suddenly rich, overnight rich. Only these two words could describe Chuyang's current mood. He was like a rich man who had completed the most primitive evil accumulation of wealth in an instant. Aboriginal, who are you? The one-eyed youth was terrified. If the source of these dimensional worlds was taken away, even if he didn't die, he didn't know what kind of consequences he would face. He knew all too well just how much Qianzi had paid in order to obtain the source energies of these dimensional worlds. He had crazily destroyed over a dozen dimensional worlds and plundered their source energies. There were several times when Qianzi had nearly lost his life, and because of this, he had offended countless people. I am the Lord, the omnipotent Lord. If there is light, there will be light. If there is darkness, there will be darkness. You have offended the Lord just now. The Lord of penitence will grant you mercy and forgiveness. Amen. Chuyang was in an extremely good mood and responded in this way. After that, he sighed to himself. It's a pity that the laws of the eastern wilderness are incomplete. I can't break through to the soul reincarnation realm in the eastern wilderness. The soul wheel realm was a realm where one's martial soul was upgraded, and one could use the martial soul to condense a soul wheel before forming a spirit. The strength of Chuyang's divine demon martial spirit had long surpassed the strength of condensing the soul reincarnation realm. However, because of his martial spirit, he had already jumped out of the cultivation system of ordinary martial artists. He needed to upgrade his martial spirit again in order to advance. Moreover, he didn't even need to condense the soul reincarnation realm. At this moment, Chuyang really wanted to immediately head to the eastern continent. However, now wasn't the time. He had to clean up all the hidden dangers in the eastern wilderness before he could leave with a peace of mind. What? You are actually still in the ascending soul realm. This is impossible. This is definitely impossible. How can a mere ascending soul realm have such terrifying strength? After hearing Chuyang's words, the one-eyed youth was stunned for a moment before he screamed crazily. Heavens! Is he still human? The eastern wilderness actually has such a heaven-defying character. The eastern wilderness is just a corner that is incomparably barren. It can't even compare to the many small dimensional worlds in our eastern continent. How could it possibly give birth to such a character? Chapter 942. Aboriginal. Chuyang raised his hand and sent them flying with a slap. He smiled and said, Am I still an aboriginal now? The one-eyed youth and the others didn't dare to make a sound, but they didn't beg for mercy either. Chuyang didn't have time to deal with them. He started to absorb the origin of the dimensional world in the jade bottle to improve his martial soul. However, just as he touched the origin of the dimensional world in the jade bottle, a change occurred. Rumble. Thunder rumbled. Above the azure blue sky, thunder and lightning tore through the void. Lightning flashed, and the world suddenly lit up and shook violently. Then, the color of the sky changed. A thundercloud covered the entire sky of the eastern wilderness. The light immediately dimmed, and the rumbling of thunder became even more intense. It seemed like it would fall at any time. What's going on? Is the heavenly duke angry? Chuyang was shocked. He felt an extremely strong sense of danger. The heavenly might of the eastern wilderness had completely enveloped him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the jade bottle started to tremble violently. The void it was in shattered like a mirror, but it was safe and sound in the space-time storm. Qianzi of the East Continent. Chu Yang suddenly felt as if he was a rabbit being stared at by a python. He knew that some terrifying existence had locked onto him, and the source of the danger came from that jade bottle. Qianzi, it's Qianzi. This aboriginal is dead. He's dead. Qianzi is angry. The eastern wilderness is going to be turned upside down. Doomsday is coming. The one-eyed youth and the others were overjoyed. It was as if they had been saved from death. They all screamed at the top of their lungs and knelt down in front of the jade bottle. At this moment, endless rays of light burst out from the jade bottle. The entire bottle became bright and translucent. The endless rays of light converged and formed a human figure. His entire body was burning with white gold flames. Although his figure was vague, his eyes were very clear. When this human figure looked at Chu Yang, his eyes were surprisingly a sun and a moon. Is this Qianzi really that terrifying? Just by getting angry, he caused the wrath of heaven to appear? Chu Yang was shocked, but he immediately denied it. No, it should be that this so-called son of heaven is about to descend. His strength has exceeded the upper limit, and the eastern wilderness does not allow his existence. It has issued a warning and a threat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately after, the air around him fluctuated violently, and the void suddenly trembled. The power of heaven and earth appeared around him, causing the space he was in to shift. Power of the eastern wilderness. The power of the eastern wilderness obeys Qianzi's will. Chu Yang's mind trembled violently. He once again sensed the origin power of the eastern wilderness descending. However, this time, it didn't descend upon him, but the light and shadow in the jade bottle. The will of the eastern wilderness seemed to have submitted to Qianzi and was acting according to Qianzi's wishes. Whoosh! Chu Yang instantly disappeared. When he sensed again, he found himself inside the jade bottle. The space inside the jade bottle was even more stable and sturdy than the void of the eastern wilderness. One could imagine how fragile the eastern wilderness was. The reason why Qianzi wanted the eastern wilderness was probably because the eastern wilderness was under the protection of the main world. In the center of the jade bottle was the human figure. Its face was blurry, and the light formed 9 huge dragons that landed behind it. The 9 dragons glared at Chu Yang angrily, as if they were going to pounce on Chu Yang at any moment. These dragons seemed to be very different from the dragons in the eastern wilderness. This caused Chu Yang's mind to tremble again. The dragons in the eastern wilderness aren't dragons in the eastern continent, but insects. At the same time, Chu Yang was inside the jade bottle. The chaotic and hazy fog formed by the origin power of the dimensional world entered his body, causing the spirit chi in his body to boil. The acupoints in his body were like thousands of volcanoes erupting together, shaking the heavens and earth. However, the scenes were all different. Some spewed out flames, some grew into a huge plant, some grew into a mountain, and some were like a flood metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the first to erupt. The momentum was ferocious to the extreme. After that, dragons, tigers, clouds, and lightning also erupted. Chu Yang's aura rose again, and then light and darkness appeared. He instantly felt that he didn't need to use the god-devil martial spirit. Just by relying on the origin power of the dimensional world, he immediately cultivated 8 types of divine and 8 types of demonic physiques, breaking into the soul reincarnation realm. Not good. Chu Yang was shocked once again. He immediately restrained himself. The light became even brighter, and the origin power of the dimensional world surged into the light figure, causing the light figure to condense into a young man. His face was completely clear, and his eyes were strange. One was like the sun, and the other was like the moon. The aura on his body was overwhelming, and it seemed like he could blow Chu Yang away with just a breath. Chu Yang was unrestrained in the eastern wilderness, but at this moment, in front of this young man, he didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. Without a doubt, this young man in front of him was the so-called East Continent's Qianzi. He was incomparably powerful and shocking. Naturally, this wasn't his true body. Chu Yang could see that this was just a spiritual imprint of the Qianzi that was condensed from the origin power of the dimensional world. Just a spiritual imprint was so terrifying. Chapter 943. Within the jade bottle, Qianzi was sitting on a throne high in the air. It was as if he was in the heavens. He was the supreme god that controlled the heavens. Holy light shone around him, making him look like a real god. In his eyes, his pupils were like the sun and moon, rising and falling. The sun and moon seemed to be moving within his body. This pair of eyes was like the heavens looking down on all living things. They coldly looked at Chu Yang. Under this pair of eyes, Chu Yang felt as if his greatest secret had been completely seen through. "Ant, how dare you touch what belongs to me?" The sound seemed to be the sound of heaven and earth from the 9 heavens. It was the sound of the great Tao, the sound of gods and demons. It transformed into a huge dragon, and then transformed again into a magnificent army. It rushed into Chu Yang's ears and wanted to penetrate his brain. Although there was no wind, Chu Yang's long hair and sleeves fluttered in the wind. However, with just a thought, that grave and stern voice that carried endless pressure instantly shattered and disappeared into nothingness. "You are indeed not bad." Qianzi, who was high in the air, was not surprised. Although there is the restriction of the eastern wilderness, that trash Lu Chongkong is at least at the 5th level of the soul amalgamation realm. You are only at the peak of the ascending soul realm. To be able to defeat him, you are indeed amazing. Especially since you are in the eastern wilderness. This well is even more shocking. The eastern wilderness was a well to the people of the east continent. The people of the eastern wilderness were all frogs at the bottom of the well. "Are you done with your evaluation?" Chu Yang smiled. It was just a spiritual imprint. How could he not have a way to deal with it? "You are very disrespectful, but you do have the right to be arrogant." Qianzi was not angry. In the eastern wilderness, no one can compare to you. It can be said that you are the ruler of this world. Even the average person of the East Continent is definitely not your opponent. Therefore, I will allow you to be so arrogant. However, this will only be the first time. Hey, Chu Yang was very unhappy. This was his style. He would evaluate his opponent from high above. "I say, did you make a mistake? It is just a spiritual imprint. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me?" "Huh." Qianzi laughed out loud. That's right. My subordinates have to be high and mighty and look down on everyone else. If anyone refuses to submit, then they will submit and die." After a pause, Qianzi's eyes once again looked down from the sky. The sun and moon appeared at the same time, and the light was endless. "Your crimes are unforgivable, but I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and I'll make you second only to one person and above millions." Hee hee. Chu Yang laughed mockingly. He actually wanted to subdue him and make him a slave? If they were in the East Continent right now, Chu Yang might still be able to feign civility if Qianzi had come in person. However, in the eastern wilderness, he could only chuckle. "I am the Lord of all life, the Lord of the sun and moon, the Lord of all things, the Lord of gods and devils, the Lord of heaven and earth, the Lord of the great Tao, omnipotent. If I say there's a sky, then there's a sky. If I say there is a land, then there is a land." Chu Yang said, "Foolish people who offend the Lord will fall into hell and suffer endless pain and eternal wailing. Listen to the Lord's teachings, repent to the Lord, and be loyal to the Lord. The Lord will bless you and give you eternal life." Amaba, not amen. Chu Yang was giving Qianzi a taste of his own medicine. He was returning all of Qianzi's actions. However, he felt that he was being more tactful and that his words were more artistic. "How dare you?" Qianzi was furious. It was as if the heavens were angry. His voice was like angry thunder, rumbling. "Foolish person, you're going further and further on the path of a fraud. I am very pleased to see that. Repent to the Lord. I will bestow upon you a divine position. From now on, you're no longer a fraud, but a real miracle. You don't have to fake anymore. Chapter 944. Oomph. Qianzi snorted and said coldly, "Native of the eastern wilderness, I've been nice to you, but you don't know what's good for you. It seems that if I don't teach you the difference between a dragon and a worm, you won't be respectful." Chu Yang said, "Amitba, the Lord is merciful and tolerant. Fallen man, the Lord will guide you to find the light in the darkness. Remember the Lord's hint. The night gave you a pair of black eyes. Please use them to find the light." It was very mocking. "Ha!" Qianzi laughed out of anger. Who was he? Even the supreme geniuses of the East Continent would tremble in front of him and be as obedient as a puppy. Today, he was looked down upon by a mere native of the eastern wilderness, acting so recklessly in front of him and even mocking him. "Native, you're just an ant," Qianzi said coldly. "Do you think I can't do anything to you just because I'm just a spiritual imprint? In my eyes, you're less than an ant. I can crush you to death with a raise of my hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Qianzi waved his hand from the throne. The 9 dragons behind him let out dragon roars and descended. Their aura filled the entire jade bottle as dragon roars echoed. Buzz! The 9 dragons came down majestically. It seemed as if the sky was collapsing. The entire firmament was pressing down on Chu Yang. "Kneel down." Qianzi's move seemed to have frozen the time and space within the jade bottle. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. If Qianzi's real body had descended, Chu Yang wouldn't be a match for him. They weren't on the same level, and he didn't have the qualifications to fight against an expert like Qianzi. However, it was just a spiritual imprint. Moreover, this was the eastern wilderness. Why do demons exist? Why do they exist? The Lord said to teach people to be respectful. The demon of slaughter will make you revere the Lord. Chu Yang continued to talk nonsense. Then, waves of demonic aura surged out from his body. The demon created by the demonic martial soul hand spread its wings and flew out. Among the demons, only a pair of demon wings was clear and real. They were like bat wings, wrapped in rolling black demonic flames. The rest were all illusions. There wasn't enough energy to create a real devil with the devil martial spirit. Suddenly, a wave of evil, dark, and incomparably powerful, irresistible energy filled the entire jade bottle. The 9 dragons descended, and the evil demon let out a strange cry. It opened its mouth and devoured them as if it was eating 9 insects. It completely devoured the 9 dragons to replenish itself, causing its body to become more solid. "What is your martial spirit?" In midair, Qianzi was shocked and said, "I can feel that your martial soul is extraordinary. I even feel that if I get it, there will be no one in this world that I can fear. Give it to me." Wang. Qianzi stretched out his hand and grabbed at Chu Yang. It was even more terrifying than the 9 dragons earlier. It was as if a giant hand from the heavens was descending. There were incomparably sacred runes on it, and it emitted a sacred light. It was sparkling and translucent. The Lord says, greed is the original sin. The Lord also says, the sea of bitterness is boundless, and there is no shore to turn back. Sink. Chu Yang only sneered when the giant hand reached out. He wouldn't die if he didn't seek death. Originally, he didn't want to use the divine demon martial soul. However, since Qianzi had discovered it, it didn't matter. He just had to erase Qianzi's imprint. Chu Yang felt that Qianzi could detect it because of the pair of strange eyes. It should be some kind of divine eyes. Chapter 945. What kind of martial spirit is this? Why is it so terrifying that I instinctively feel fear? Come out. The giant hand suddenly shrunk to the size of a human hand and suddenly became extremely solid and powerful. It was about to pierce through Chu Yang's head and take the divine demon out of his consciousness. However, the moment the giant hand touched Chu Yang's forehead, the sky changed color and the inside of the jade bottle changed. In the depths of countless spaces, rays of sacred light and the darkness of the universe appeared. All the spaces were broken. Qianzi was like an ant that had broken into the intersection of heaven and hell. Buzz, the divine demon martial spirit, and the divine demon martial spirit opened their eyes and looked at Qianzi, who was in the air. Immediately, the space reversed. Chuyang was in the air, and Qianzi was below him. Boundless divine might immediately burst out from his body. The divine aura was as vast as the sea. The divine demon martial spirit suddenly burst out with a peerless majesty. The jade bottle was trembling, but could not hide the aura of the divine demon martial spirit. The one-eyed young man, Lu Changkong, and the others outside did not know what was going on, but at this moment, they were all kneeling down and shouting Qianzi's name. What kind of martial spirit is this? What kind of martial spirit is this? Qianzi was incomparably terrified. He felt that Chu Yang's martial spirits were two extremely terrifying existences. Such existences shouldn't have appeared in this world, and they shouldn't have been possessed by any living creature. Guess, is it the divine demon martial spirit? This divine demon martial spirit can't do anything to me? Qianzi felt extreme danger and roared in anger. His hands quickly formed a seal. Immediately, a holy spirit flew out from his forehead and blocked the divine demon martial spirit's light and the divine demon martial spirit's dark corrosion temporarily. Then, the holy spirit opened its mouth. It was not a human language. Every syllable was very ancient, noble, holy, and great. It seemed like the language of the great Tao and also the language of a great civilization. Along with this kind of noble and ancient language, there was an indescribable qi flowing in the space of the jade bottle. An invisible force filled the air. However, when this formless power came into contact with Chu Yang, the Holy Spirit screamed in alarm. It was like a fox that had plucked out a strand of fur, only to discover that it was actually a tiger's fur. Impossible, this is impossible. Qianzi was dumbfounded. Then, he felt an inexplicable force land on his body. Instantly, he was horrified to discover that he had been split into two by a dragon-shaped curve. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He roared, I was born from the heavens and earth. The heavens are my father, the earth is my mother, and the sun and moon are my siblings. How can there be someone more noble than me in this world? That's impossible. Heaven is the father, the earth is the mother, the sun and the moon are the brother and sister. What a big tone. To be honest, Chu Yang was shocked after hearing this. However, no matter how much the East Continent's Qianzi was in disbelief, unwillingness, and struggle, it was all useless. He had been split into two equal parts and fell into the hands of the celestial demon martial soul to be used as materials to create angels and demons. The angel and fiend were condensed in an instant. What shocked Chu Yang was that it was only a spiritual imprint. The god and devil martial spirit used it as a material to create the angel and fiend. It was much clearer than before. This was too shocking. Roar. Although Qianzi was in the East Continent, he immediately felt the erasure of his spiritual imprint. Then, in a certain dimensional world in the East Continent, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the entire dimensional world to the point of shattering. Ooh, who is it? Who dares to stop me? Who dares to ruin my plans? The roar continued. No one knew why Qianzi was so angry, but on this day, the East Continent was shaken. Chapter 946. The jade bottle isolated all light and sound. The one-eyed youth, Lu Changkong, and the others had no idea what was happening inside the jade bottle. They only saw the jade bottle tremble violently for a while before it calmed down completely. Is it over? Lu Changkong's single eye shone with admiration. Qianzi must have killed that native. That's right. How can that native be Qianzi's match? So what if that native is amazing? He can't compare to Qianzi. He's dead for sure. That's right. Qianzi's aura almost scared me to death. Lu Changkong revealed a ruthless expression. That damn native actually crippled our cultivation. Later, we'll hope that Qianzi will show mercy and help us recover. As he spoke, he took the lead and knelt before the jade bottle. Qianzi, rumble. Even as the words left his mouth, thunder rumbled in the sky, and massive waves rose up in the ocean. It was as if an enormous mountain or a planet had crashed into the ocean. The enormous battleship that had been able to easily suppress the waves now seemed very weak, like a small boat that could capsize at any moment. Whoosh whoosh, tornadoes formed on the ocean, sweeping and wreaking havoc. What's happening? What's happening? Could it be that Qianzi had a great enlightenment? But that's not right. That's just a spiritual imprint of Qianzi. It's probably because Qianzi and that native were fighting and the power they displayed was too great. The Eastern Wasteland is too weak and couldn't withstand it. That's why such a shocking scene appeared. It's definitely impossible in our Eastern continent. Lu Changkong and the others soon realized that the mouth of the jade bottle seemed to be a black hole that was crazily and endlessly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Rumble. The scene in the sky was even more shocking. Thunder was densely packed in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Even though Lu Changkong and the others were on the giant warship and didn't know how far away they were from the sky, they could still clearly feel how terrifying the lightning in the sky was. Strange phenomena appeared one after another as all kinds of tribulations appeared. Earth, water, fire, wind, and boundless evil aura. They could even see pieces of space shattering. It was to the extent where countless stars appeared in the sky at this moment. Starlight that was about to pierce through and destroy the world appeared. There were so many forms of thunder and lightning, heavenly wind and cloud thunder, dragon and tiger roar, and heavenly demons and earthly fiends. Lu Changkong and the rest had never seen so much thunder and thunder before. After that, the thunder rumbled, and the vital energy of heaven and earth became even more violent. Countless devils appeared in the sky above, descending in a grandiose manner, sounding the knell of death. What is this? Is the heavens jealous? The eastern wilderness can't tolerate Qianzi, and they're jealous of Qianzi. Is that why they've triggered a calamity to kill Qianzi? Lu Changkong and the others made such a guess. The monsters descending from the sky were of all shapes and sizes. There was no end to them. It was as if a dark river was pouring down. Then, like flowing water, they all entered the jade bottle. Thunder like flowing water. Such things actually happen. Lu Changkong and the rest were all dumbstruck. They were already beginning to doubt their lives. Rumble. Such a scene appeared again. After the countless monsters, the thunder transformed into countless divine beings. In the end, it also turned into a long river of light that completely entered the jade bottle. What exactly happened? They couldn't understand it all. Buzz. Chapter 9:47. At this moment, within the jade bottle, they could see countless cracks in the space around Chuyang. There was a hole on each of his left and right hands. White hole and black hole, two opposing forces. The origin of the world within was crazily pouring into the white hole. Then, the white hole spewed out endless light while the black hole was devouring everything, including the origin of the world. They didn't care about this. Chuyang actually didn't die. Chuyang didn't die, which meant that Qianzi's spiritual imprint had been erased. All these shocking phenomena had nothing to do with Qianzi. What is that? Oh my God, are you for real? God, are you joking or am I dreaming? Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and lightning covered the sky densely. There were lightning anomalies everywhere. At this moment, the lightning that fell formed a phenomenon of stars falling like rain. Lu Changkong and the others were almost crazy as they screamed in fear. However, what made them even crazier was that they thought they were going to die. In the end, they realized that these lightning tribulations weren't interested in them at all and were all blasted into the jade bottle. What was this? The lightning tribulations greeted them, and then whizzed past without taking away a single cloud. This was something that had never happened before. It was a shocking phenomenon. However, this was just the beginning. Soon, they screamed again. Divine void lightning. Lightning judgment spear. Lightning punishment heavenly palace. Every scene and phenomenon caused Lu Changkong's heart to tremble violently. After telling them all the shocking lightning tribulations they knew, they were already scared out of their wits. Why? Why would there be such terrifying lightning tribulations and so many phenomena? Is he still human? Even if this native is advancing, how could he trigger so many great tribulations? I have only seen these tribulations in ancient records. Shocking, simply shocking. Moreover, he has only advanced to the soul wheel realm. How could there be lightning tribulations in the soul wheel realm? What kind of genius is this? There's definitely no such person in the East Continent. If he goes to the East Continent, it would be incredible. Perhaps the reason why such lightning tribulations can appear is because the Eastern wilderness is too weak. The restrictions of the laws aren't strong enough, which is why they appear. This made sense, and it was the truth. This was just like a kingdom. If the kingdom was weak, there would definitely be people who would be impudent and turn the world upside down. However, if the kingdom was strong, whoever dared to do so would immediately be destroyed. Who would dare to be impudent? Good. My martial spirit has advanced once again, breaking through the limits of the Eastern wilderness and causing so many lightning tribulations to descend. I am indeed different from the rest of the world. Since ancient times, I am the most powerful person under the heavens. Ha! Hearing Chu Yang's loud laughter, Lu Changkong and the others really wanted to kill someone. They really broke down. There was actually such a thing in this world, such a person. Come on. Let the heavenly tribulation come even more fiercely. Let the laws of heaven and earth in the Eastern wilderness become even more powerful. Chu Yang laughed heartily. The strength of the divine demon martial spirit was once again proven. The thunder was like a storm, but all the thunder was divided into two halves, turning into a long river of thunder and flowing into the white hole and the black hole respectively. Whether it was a white hole or a black hole, they were the embryonic form of a world. Rumble. The sparkling divine void lightning struck down and instantly exploded. Endless lightning wreaked havoc, but it was immediately devoured clean. Comfortable. Chu Yang felt the power of lightning attracted by the divine, demon, martial spirit tempering his body. Instantly, his entire body felt incomparably comfortable and extremely restrained. Chapter 948. Chu Yang didn't care about this at all. He just lazily lay in the jade bottle. As for the dimensional world's origin in the jade bottle, it had long been sucked clean. Otherwise, how could it form a white hole and a black hole? Whoosh! A thunder judgment spear pierced down, but it was instantly sliced in half by an invisible force. Following that, a series of lightning palaces came crashing down, and all of them were devoured. Soon, the white hole stopped spewing out light, and the black hole wasn't as dark as before. There was no more illusionary aura around the two, as they had completely turned from illusionary to real. Moreover, the world seemed to be opening up. The thunderbolts continued to fall. Suddenly, a thunderous axe appeared in the sky and appeared in the sky. This huge axe was hundreds of feet long and seemed to be able to kill everything. It exploded with endless sharpness as it brazenly slashed down. World Annihilation Axe. How is this possible? Lu Changkong and the others were originally dumbfounded, but at this moment, their pupils violently trembled. The Thunder Axe had actually formed. The World Annihilation Axe had actually appeared. It was rumored that the World Annihilation Axe would only appear when one ascended to the Sage Realm. And this World Annihilation Axe could destroy an entire world with a single slash. Lu Changkong and the others looked at the numerous shocking lightning tribulations. The rumbling of the lightning and the sound of the great bell caused Lu Changkong and the others' ears to buzz. It was as if they had been completely shaken into idiots. It wasn't strange for such a person to destroy Qian Zi's spiritual imprint. They felt that this native of the eastern wilderness could even easily kill Qian Zi. Just as they were in a daze, the sky suddenly trembled as a mountain of thunder tribulations appeared. This mountain was like an ancient divine mountain with 5 peaks. 5-prison Thunder Mountain. Such a phenomenon has also appeared. The 5-prison Thunder Mountain was said to represent the 5 extreme powers: destruction, chaos, blasphemy, and evil. However, what shocked them the most was that such a terrifying thunder tribulation had landed right beside them, but they were strangely unaffected. Logically speaking, they should have already been turned into ashes. However, that jade bottle had devoured all the lightning energy, as though it was afraid that the lightning energy wasn't enough. It would feel heartache if some leaked out. Haha, so this is the nation of God, and this is the nation of devils? Chu Yang's laughter suddenly rang out from the jade bottle, attracting Lu Changkong and the others once again. They numbly turned their gazes, and immediately after, they fiercely stabbed. At this moment, Chu Yang was lying comfortably at the bottom of the jade bottle space with a leisurely and satisfied expression. This really was too shocking. Who could cross tribulation so easily? What a bastard. Following Chu Yang's gaze, they immediately saw the so-called kingdom of God and kingdom of devil. One was the most righteous, holy, and godly, with boundless light, while the other was the most evil and demonic, with billowing demonic energy and endless darkness. They felt that the so-called kingdom of God and kingdom of devils seemed to be more stable than the eastern wilderness they were currently in. That's not impossible. After all, there are so many dimensional world origins. Furthermore, the dimensional worlds that Qianzi has plundered are all more stable than the eastern wilderness. Lu Changkong and the others were dumbfounded as though they had lost their souls. They didn't know when the lightning tribulation ended, and they also didn't know when Chu Yang came out from the jade bottle. Only after their faces were slapped did they regain their senses. Then they heard a voice in their ears. "Hey, the Lord is speaking to you." You actually dare to pretend that you didn't hear him? It really wasn't an act. Lu Changkong and the others were about to cry. "Omnipotent Lord, please be merciful." After Lu Changkong and the others regained their senses, they knew that their deaths were coming. Today, they had seen too many secrets of this native, but they couldn't summon any thoughts of resistance. They could only crawl on the ground and beg. "Lord, please think about it first." Chu Yang kept them into the jade bottle, then flew towards the island where the 4 sovereigns of the 4 countries were at. After killing all of them, it was time for him to go to the eastern continent. That so-called Qianzi of the eastern continent was like a demonic mountain pressing down on his heart. He didn't want to wait until Qianzi found him, and he wouldn't be able to fight back. Chapter 949. As Chu Yang flew, he sensed his body. After the divine spirit and devil spirit formed their own world, he could be said to be at the peak of the 9th level of the soul circulation realm. It was just that he hadn't broken through yet. His current situation was akin to the crown prince controlling the entire kingdom and presiding over government affairs. But he had yet to ascend the throne and become the emperor. Thus, his status was still the crown prince. It was like Chu Yang's body hadn't evolved yet, but as long as he wanted to, he could break through at any time. Qianzi wanted to leave his mark in the eastern wilderness. He wanted to build his own backyard. So how could Chu Yang let it go? If the heavens didn't take what was given, he would be punished. Thus, he had to take the eastern wilderness. After thinking about it carefully, there was no one in the eastern wilderness that could make him apprehensive. Although there was still one more bone in his body, he didn't feel that this bone was too hard. On the contrary, the way Lu Changkong and the others dealt with them gave him a headache. They had already surrendered and submitted. His womanly benevolence flared up, and his blade wasn't fast enough to kill them. Whether you die or not, it's up to you. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Chu Yang had a plan. After finding the 2 elders, he asked Lu Changkong, who was in the jade bottle, about the situation on the other side of the eastern continent. There were a total of 8 people. Si Hao Miao, Li Liangbua, Ouyang Li, Wang Sanshi, and the others. Only Si Hao Miao had surpassed the 5th level of the Soul Fusion Realm, reaching the 7th level. The rest were all below the Soul Fusion Realm. Flying at high speed, the moving island in the ocean once again entered Chu Yang's eyes. At the center of the island, there was a splendidly decorated palace. The floor was made of crystal, and there wasn't a speck of dust. There were beautiful girls wearing light muslin walking around. It was incomparably extravagant. At this moment, both sides seemed to have finished their discussion. Not to mention the people from the eastern wilderness, Si Hao Miao, Ouyang Li, Li Liangbua, and the others from the east continent. Each had 2 seductive women by their side, serving and massaging them. They were so soft and fragrant that it was simply intoxicating. Really good. This lord is only left for a short while, and you guys are already doing it. Chu Yang was extremely impressed. The island was surrounded by the sea, and it was not easy to find such a beauty in such a short period of time. But in the end, he was speechless. Perhaps they had prepared this long ago to celebrate. I'm here. Shua. Chu Yang directly flew into the main hall, immediately shocking Lu Chongkong and the others inside the jade bottle. They were not the only ones. How did he know? Why is he here? At this moment, Jun Tenhen, Jun Tiannu, the 4 kings of the 4 countries, and the monarchs of the monster race were all shaken. They were extremely shocked, and their hearts were filled with fear. Si Hao Miao and the others were shocked as well. They had been very discreet with the local tyrants in the eastern wilderness, but they hadn't expected that they would still be discovered in the end and even be attacked. Chu Yang floated in midair, his body blooming with sacred light. He said in a sacred and incomparably solemn voice, I must be God, otherwise I can't completely represent God. I must be devil, otherwise I can't completely represent devil. I must be human, otherwise I can't completely represent devil. What was going on? Jun Tianhen, Jun Tiannu, the 4 emperors of the 4 countries, and the kings of the demon tribe were all stunned and bewildered. They couldn't understand Chu Yang's intention at all. Chu Yang was a fool, an idiot. He had come here alone to throw away his life. Chapter 950. Is Chu Yang really here to die? Chu Yang was definitely not a fool, or a fool. He was a bastard, a shameless villain, a devil incarnate. No single word was enough to describe him. Jun Tianhen, Jun Tiannu, and the others understood this very well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought with the people from the East Continent today. However, no matter how talented Chu Yang was, he was only at the peak of the ascending soul realm. How could they not kill him with so many people? The people from the East Continent were even more terrifying. What is he planning? Jun Tianhen and the others couldn't help but narrow their eyes at this moment. The whole hall fell silent. All the beauties in the hall looked at the newcomer with watery eyes. They felt that he was either a big shot or a lunatic. Si Hao Miao, Li Liangbua, Ouyang Li, Wang Sanshi, and the others were all shocked and doubtful. The other party was so ridiculing that he didn't take them seriously at all. What on earth was he relying on? I'm pre-existing. I've existed since the beginning. I'm absolute. I'm unchanging. I'm eternal. I'm the only unchanging truth. I'm the creator of all things in the universe. I'm the light. I'm your light. I'm the source of life. I give you life. I'm omniscient. I'm omnipotent. I'm your Lord. Please listen to my will. Only Chu Yang's sacred voice and the so-called solemn voice floated in the entire hall. Then he looked at the 4 emperors of the 4 countries, the kings of the monster clan, Jun Tianhen, Jun Tiannu, and the others. You've betrayed the glory of the Lord, but the Lord is merciful. Pray to your Lord sincerely and repent sincerely. The Lord will pardon you, Ba. You're the Chu Yang that the elders were talking about. Si Hao Miao finally spoke. He really didn't know where this native of the eastern wilderness got his confidence from and dared to be so arrogant. At least, he couldn't see it or find it at the moment. Lost sheep of the East Continent, the Lord has seen your sorrow and despair. Remember the Lord's real name. The Lord will save you. Chu Yang said, Ba again. At this moment, if those who truly believed in this doctrine saw him messing around like this, they would definitely want to beat him to death. Ba Buddha was connected to the Lord. Oomph. See how Miao was enraged and couldn't help but snort coldly. Ouyang Li, Wang Sanshi, Li Liangbua, and the others also voiced their opinions. Acting all mysterious, I'd like to see what you're capable of. A mere aboriginal dares to toy with us like this? You don't know the meaning of death. The so-called geniuses, the so-called evildoers, are only in the dry well that is the East Continent. In the East Continent, you are nothing but a frog at the bottom of the well. At this moment, they all revealed the disdain and contempt of the Eastern wilderness, revealing their original faces. These people were truly angered by Chu Yang's words. They felt that he was looking down on them too much. As for Chu Yang calling himself the Lord, in their eyes, that was definitely a kind of ignorance. If they were in the East Continent, Chu Yang would definitely be beaten to death immediately. Not even dregs would be left. The Lord said that the mouth is the mouth of sin. Pitiful people, listen to the Lord's teachings. The Lord will guide you out of the sea of suffering. Chu Yang took out the jade bottle and let Lu Changkong and the others out. Immediately, he heard Si Hao Miao and the others cry out in surprise. Junior brother Changkong. Changkong. At this moment, Si Hao Miao and the others only felt that their scandal had been exposed. They were extremely shocked and panicked. Lu Changkong was actually no match for this aboriginal of the eastern wilderness and was even captured alive. Si Hao Miao and the others couldn't believe it. They felt that they might be seeing things. They rubbed their eyes, but when they saw it again, nothing had changed. Perhaps this was just a nightmare. They slapped their faces again, but when they woke up from the dream, it was still the same. They even clearly felt that Lu Changkong and the others' cultivation had fallen to the origin martial realm. How is this possible? Chapter 9, 51. Go, my believers. Chu Yang said to Lu Changkong and the rest, go and spread the light of the Lord, the gospel of the Lord, and the will of the Lord. Save those who are suffering and tell them that the glory of the Lord will shine upon them and grant them bliss and eternal life. Lu Changkong and the rest prostrated themselves before Chu Yang, causing Si Hao Miao and the rest to widen their eyes. Their expressions were as though they had seen a ghost. When Jun Tianhin, Jun Tianu, and the rest saw this scene, they were shocked, and at the same time, thoughts ran through their minds. This was especially so for Jun Tianhin and Jun Tianu. They were very sure that they had underestimated Chu Yang. Allah, Allah, my life, because of love, please forgive me for reciting your holy name 1,000 times a day. Because you're everything to me, my sustenance and sustenance. My heart is envious. My body is medicine. My soul is eternal power. No one and nothing can compare to you. Lu Changkong and the rest prostrated themselves on the ground. After praising Chu Yang sincerely, they went straight to Si Hao Miao and the rest. Ba. Lu Changkong's face was solemn and full of glory as he said to Si Hao Miao, listen to the Lord's will. Senior brother, I will lead you, a foolish person, a lost sheep, to find the light. Si Hao Miao's mouth twitched. Lu Changkong actually called a native of the eastern wilderness his lord. This was the most bizarre thing he had ever encountered in his life. Even Qianzi did not receive such treatment. However, it was only for a moment before an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. It was as though he had heard some shocking news. Lu Changkong's voice sounded again. The Lord is omnipotent and omniscient. Your fear, your despair, your darkness, as long as you believe in the Lord, everything will cease to exist. Senior brother, please ask for forgiveness from the Lord for your offense just now. You are ignorant, you are deceived, you are foolish. The merciful Lord only has compassion for you. Ba. Lord. Chu Yang was the Lord, the eternal Lord, the omnipotent Lord, the supreme Lord. Jun Tianhin, and Jun Tiannu were completely dumbfounded. Their brains had turned to mush. They knew nothing about the cause and effect of this. They only knew that even their ancestor, the great emperor of the eastern wilderness, did not have such glory. The four emperors of the four kingdoms and the kings of the demon tribe knew how arrogant the people from the east continent were. The word aboriginal was the best proof. However, they were so arrogant, but now they were so humble in front of Chu Yang. As for Chu Yang, he was watching all of this with great interest. He felt that it was very interesting, and something even more interesting might happen very soon. Junior brother, don't say such disgusting things. He's just a native of the eastern wilderness. So what if he's the son of the eastern wilderness? The son of the eastern wilderness. See how Miao's words stirred up 1,000 waves, and it could be said to be earth-shattering. Chu Yang was actually the son of the eastern wilderness. At this moment, whether it was Jun Tianhen, Jun Tiannu, the four emperors of the four kingdoms, or the kings of the demon tribe, their nerves were numb. They finally had an answer. Why was Chu Yang so monstrous and heaven-defying? Why could he act so unscrupulously in the eastern wilderness? The son of the eastern wilderness was blessed by the eastern wilderness. How could he not be heaven-defying? Senior brother, be careful. He has also destroyed Qian Zi's spiritual imprint and taken away the origin of the dimensional world. Jun Tianhen and Jun Tiannu did not hear the latter part of Lu Changkong's words. They only heard the first part. Chu Yang had destroyed Qian Zi's spiritual imprint. How could this be? Chapter 952. My followers, you really don't disappoint me. Chu Yang smiled at Lu Changkong and the others. You are so pitiful. I originally didn't have the heart to kill you. But now, you have solved my problem of being soft-hearted. Thank you. Lord? See how Miao coldly snorted. Native, you think you're so great just because you have a divine demon martial spirit? You think I can't do anything to you just because you're the son of the eastern wilderness? See how Miao sneered. You're really naive. Chu Yang laughed. He pointed at the four emperors of the four states and said, You country bumpkins of the eastern continent, are you deliberately saying this to these rotten potatoes and rotten eggs? Tell them that they will definitely die if they know my secret. That's right. Today all of you will die. He admitted it directly. Everyone here had to die. Are you relying on those two-soul amalgamation realm old fools outside? See how Miao coldly said. They're just two old fools. Can soul amalgamation realm natives of the eastern wilderness be called soul amalgamation realm? You can call them in. They can't know my secret, so they're outside. Chu Yang casually looked at Si Hao Miao. Lord is omnipotent. Do I need to borrow the hands of others to deal with you? Eastern continent country bumpkins, you think too highly of yourself. Lord is benevolent and will give you a chance to commit suicide. Hurry up. Shameless boasting. Wong. With a buzzing sound, a large cauldron suddenly appeared and hung above Si Hao Miao's head. Strands of chaotic aura poured down. The aura was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the ocean, causing the space around them to become incomparably firm. It was as if a pile of mud had been turned into divine iron and immortal gold, changing the space-time of the eastern wilderness. At the same time, it spread out endlessly, as if it was controlling the entire eastern wilderness with the cauldron as the center. It replaced the eastern wilderness's origin and became the center of the eastern wilderness. Within the cauldron, a dimensional world was faintly visible. Chu Yang observed it for a moment. He felt that this world was much more powerful than the space-time of the eastern wilderness. The eastern wilderness is so weak that it's laughable. The aura of the world cauldron is actually in the form of primal chaos chi. Is this primal chaos chi something you can see whenever you wanna? See how Miao's face was full of disdain. It was as if a pile of shit in the East continent would become gold in the eastern wilderness. As for the chaotic chi, it was impossible to even think about it in the East continent, let alone mention it, because it was impossible to obtain. However, it had appeared in the eastern wilderness. World Cauldron. Chu Yang's pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression turned solemn for the first time. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the space in the hall had changed greatly. He could faintly feel that the space here was rejecting him. Originally, this kind of sign appeared on the people from the East Continent, but now it appeared on him. The other party had turned the tables. Native, do you know how powerful it is now? See how Miao's expression became even more disdainful. He originally thought that Chu Yang was very powerful, but now it seemed that he was just an idiot who got carried away. Natives will always be natives. You really think that Xianzi didn't take precautions against the birth of a lucky person in the Eastern Wilderness? You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ignorant. Senior brother Hao Miao, Lu Changkong said ferociously. Senior brother, this native probably doesn't know how powerful it is. Why don't you introduce him to such a noble thing? No matter what, it's time for us to return the favor to him. You're right. See how Miao laughed mockingly. Native, let me introduce you. The world cauldron, as the name suggests, is related to the world. As for the effect of the world cauldron, it's used to suppress other dimensional worlds. Chapter 953. The World Cauldron, there is such a thing. Chu Yang's heart trembled, but at the same time, he was more or less convinced. If it wasn't so, how could the so-called Qianzi plunder so many dimensional world origins? Naturally, he didn't know anything about this. He had only heard about imprinting his imprint into the Eastern Wilderness's origin from the people from the East Continent. Chu Yang had used his godly demon martial soul to deduce how to imprint his primordial spirit imprint into the Eastern Wilderness's origin. Generally speaking, the stronger the world, the more difficult it was to imprint one's primordial spirit imprint into the origin. One would also suffer a great backlash. For example, it was impossible to imprint one's primordial spirit imprint into the origin of the Eastern Wilderness. It was tantamount to courting death. If anyone dared to imprint their primordial spirit imprint into the Eastern Continent's origin, they would immediately die. There was no doubt about that. The Eastern Wilderness was a weak world. Its origin was too weak, so it was possible to imprint one's primordial spirit imprint into it. Once this was done, Chu Yang's primordial spirit would be branded with the origin of the Eastern Wilderness, and his connection with the Eastern Wilderness would become closer and closer. In the end, he would be able to refine the entire Eastern Wilderness and turn it into his own backyard and territory. However, this required time. The primordial spirit imprint was like a seed. When it sprouted and grew into a towering tree, it would be possible to cover the entire Eastern Wilderness. The Eastern Wilderness was a weak world, so time would pass faster. However, the Eastern Wilderness was originally a continent of the origin world. If one imprinted their primordial spirit into it, they could use the Eastern Wilderness to form a close connection with the origin world's origin. They could even use the Eastern Wilderness to infiltrate the origin world's origin. Qianzi's scheme was huge. The World Cauldron had indeed exceeded Chu Yang's expectations, but there were always gains and losses. While the World Cauldron was suppressing the Eastern Wilderness's origin, Chu Yang could invade the Eastern Wilderness's origin and imprint his own primordial spirit imprint. Therefore, Chu Yang didn't panic. After careful observation, he used his martial soul to communicate with the Eastern Wilderness's power of laws. As soon as he came into contact with it, he felt that it was extremely easy. There was almost no obstruction at all because the source of the Eastern Wilderness was now entangled with the World Cauldron. The strength of the World Cauldron made the Eastern Wilderness's origin unable to resist the invasion of Chu Yang's essence spirit. Native, do you know how powerful I am now? I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself and don't dirty my hands. See how Miao returned Chu Yang's mockery one by one. Huh. Lu Changkong, Ouyang Li, and the others immediately burst into laughter, especially Lu Changkong's group. At this moment, they were incomparably happy. What could make them happier than killing a supreme genius? A supreme monstrous genius. Huh. Chiang also laughed loudly. Foolish people, lost sheep. please remember that the Lord is omnipotent. In addition, the Lord expresses his gratitude to all of you. The lost sheep of the eastern wilderness originally resisted me, but now it completely agrees with me. Whoosh! As he laughed, Chu Yang's martial soul flew out and disappeared into the void. Not good. He's going to imprint his essence spirit into the eastern wilderness's origin. Lu Changkong and the others were shocked. Foolish people, the Lord tells you to study hard. Only then will you know what it means to be the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chu Yang pretended to be a charlatan again. The Lord is omniscient. I already know everything that happened today. It's just a futile struggle. See how Miao's expression didn't change. So what if you imprint your essence spirit into the eastern wilderness? The world cauldron can suppress the eastern wilderness, so why can't it suppress you? Fool! Senior martial brother, this native can kill Qian Zi's spiritual imprint. Lu Changkong's single eye flashed fiercely. For safety's sake, it's better to kill him as soon as possible to prevent any unforeseen events. Junior martial brother Changkong, you're right. There's no meaning in torturing a native. It's just lowering our status for no reason. See how Miao ordered. Seniors of the eastern wilderness, please work together to kill this bastard. We are willing to listen to the young master's orders. 1. 5 poison sovereign fist, sovereign descends on the eastern wilderness. Jun Tianhen and Jun Tiannu couldn't wait for Chu Yang to die, so they were the first to attack. They punched out, and a great emperor's figure appeared behind each of them. Under the situation where the Eastern Baron's origin was suppressed by the world cauldron, the great emperor's figure was even more solid, and the pressure was even more overwhelming. Chapter 954. Rumble. Dragons' roars rang out as the 4 emperors of the 4 countries also attacked. The 4 of them worked together and blasted out a golden dragon. The berserk energy caused the entire palace to explode. Cries of alarm rang out as the women who served them fled in panic. Rumble. The Gold Rock King reverted to his true form, a 100-jong-long gold rock bird. His feathers shot out like golden swords. Rumble. The Lion King unleashed the secret technique of the Lion Clan, Lion Roar. The sound wave was like a huge divine sword, slashing forward. The Three-Eyed King opened his third eye, and the Tiger King's killing intense sword. On the other side, see how Miao's group's attacks were even more shocking. Perhaps it was because they had entered the Eastern Barren territory from the East Continent, but the binding force of the Eastern Barren territory was too weak. When they suddenly attacked, they either lifted a mountain or picked up the sun, moon, stars, oceans, and lakes as weapons to attack. Their attacks were like the sun and moon, mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans moving together, covering the sky and the earth. The void trembled and cracked. Clearly, it had exceeded the limit of the eastern wilderness. Jun Tianhen, Jun Tiannu, the 4 sovereigns of the 4 countries, and the kings of the monster race were all shocked to see this. At this moment, they were even more in awe of these people from the East Continent. They became even more humble and thus worked even harder. Their attacks changed the color of the sky. The entire island shook and even started to crack. Chu Yang's expression changed slightly. Such an attack also made him terrified. The East Continent was indeed different from the Eastern Wilderness. The difference between the Eastern Wilderness and the East Continent was too great. The more he understood this, the more anxious he was to go to the East Continent. However, he had to solve the problem in front of him first. Those who believe in me will have endless bliss. Those who don't will have endless pain. Chu Yang activated his devil martial spirit without thinking. Under the activation of his devil martial spirit, a faint door appeared behind him. Demonic chi rushed out of the door like a black hole, and a vortex appeared. Endless evil, destructive, extreme, and death auras appeared. It was the gateway to hell, the gateway to the hell of euphoria. As soon as it appeared, the heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. The attacks that covered the sky and the earth were originally collapsing, and it was like the end of the world, But in front of this door, they suddenly became a few buzzing mosquitoes and flies. Under the protection of the gates of hell, none of the attacks could hurt Chu Yang. All of them were sucked in by the gates of hell. This, See How Meow and the others were stunned. Those who believe in me shall find boundless bliss. Those who do not believe in me shall find boundless pain. While they were still in a daze, Chu Yang once again unleashed a torrent of demonic sounds that penetrated into their brains. He wanted to demonize them and control their minds. Under the attack of the devil martial spirit, everything was out of Chu Yang's control. He suddenly realized that a weapon had appeared in his hand, a blood-red weapon. It was a scythe with a long handle. The scythe was blood-red in color and was condensed from spirit chi. However, it was a weapon that could harvest lives and souls. Grim Reaper's Scythe. How is this possible? How could the Grim Reaper's Scythe appear in the mortal world? Even in the eastern wilderness, this shouldn't be possible. Chu Yang had not even swung the Grim Reaper's Scythe, but See How Meow and the others felt as if their heads had already been cut off. Their souls trembled, and they lost the courage to resist. In the name of the Lord, I harvest lives and souls. Chu Yang still spoke in a mocking tone, but See How Meow and the others could no longer detect any mockery. They felt as if they were speaking the underworld language of hell. Whoosh! The blood-red scythe, which was surrounded by demonic chi and murderous aura, was swung out, drawing a blood-red arc in the air. It was an arc of death, but also an arc of harvest. Chu Yang's slash caused Jun Tianhen and Jun Tianu's flesh and blood to wither away. However, the Grim Reaper's scythe had 2 pieces of flesh and 2 souls. That was where the blood-curdling screams had come from. The Grim Reaper's scythe harvested lives and souls like a farmer harvesting rice. The first thing that Chu Yang wanted to do was to kill Jun Tianhen and Jun Tianu as an explanation to the millions of souls. He would definitely do what he said, and it had been a long time. At this moment, he had finally fulfilled his promise. He did not break his promise to the dead. His heart was suddenly relieved. Even if there were more unforeseen events today, this matter had finally been completed. Chu Yang was confident that he could wipe out everything, but he also believed that See How Meow and the others still had other means. Chapter 955. Boom! After Chu Yang used the death scythe to reap the lives and souls of Jun Tianhen and Jun Tianu, the shock led to a short pause. Then, the battle became even fiercer. See How Meow, Ouyang Li, the 4 sovereigns of the 4 nations, the Demon Clan, and more than a dozen experts from the East Continent and the top existences in the Eastern Wilderness besieged Chu Yang. They attacked Chu Yang with all kinds of killing moves. Under the protection of the Gate of Hell, Chu Yang surged out of the devil chi. The void was as dark as ink, and ghosts cried and demons appeared. Inside the Gate of Hell, there were many devil shadows. The void where he was seemed to have become hell. Many attacks bombarded Chu Yang's body, but none of them could break through his defense. All of them were absorbed by the Hell's portal and sent into hell. Thunder River Fall. Liu Liangbua of the East Continent attacked. As soon as he attacked, a heavenly river appeared in his hand. The heavenly river rumbled with thunder and lightning and struck down at Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't move. He hooked the death scythe, and a heavenly river was hooked over like an ear of rice and sent into the Gate of Hell. The world force of the Eastern Wilderness was weak. When the people from the East Continent cast their spells, they were magnificent and powerful. However, under the guidance of the devil martial soul, the death scythe appeared in Chu Yang's hand. It was something that shouldn't appear in this world. In comparison, their spells were childish and ridiculous in front of the death scythe. Whoosh! Chu Yang's body moved at high speed, and there were many phantoms. He was more and more compatible with the Eastern Wilderness. As he moved, he seemed to have jumped through space. The death scythe hooked over. Liu Liangbua's arm was hooked. His arm was cut off, and his soul was hooked out at the same time. One of the people from the East Continent died immediately. Sly Poison's sword. At this moment, the rest of the people from the East Continent were frightened and completely exploded. A strange-looking weapon appeared in Wang Sanchi's hand. It was curved like a dragon or a snake, and poisonous gas was emitting from it. An ancient word, poison, could be vaguely seen on the weapon. The twisting and turning of the word seemed to be a snake or a snake's den. Eastern Purple Chi Hammer. Ouyang held a big purple hammer in his hand. As soon as it appeared, purple chi billowed and formed a purple chi smoke that soared into the sky. The hammer seemed to weigh thousands of pounds. It was heavier than a mountain and star. There were many profound meanings in it. And each of them seemed to contain an unfathomable realm. The two divine weapons pierced through the air toward Chu Yang. Chu Yang immediately activated the sickle of the god of death in his hand and blocked horizontally. As soon as they came into contact with each other, the two divine weapons were immediately corroded by the demonic aura. In fact, they even let out wails of agony. The artifact spirits within them were also severely injured, and the light on them immediately dimmed. The two of them hurriedly retreated. Boom! The four sovereigns, the kings of the monster race, and the rest of the people from the East Continent also attacked. After their attacks, Si Hao Miao appeared. Si Hao Miao appeared behind Chu Yang silently. He held the sun in one hand and the moon in the other and attacked Chu Yang at the same time. Although the gate of hell blocked the attack, a powerful force and profound mystery was transmitted from the gate of hell to Chu Yang's body. Golden crow devours the sun. Heavenly dog devours the moon. The two killing moves, the sun and the moon, were like yin and yang. They complemented each other and were extremely powerful. This attack seemed to have been planned for a long time. It seemed to have gathered all the power of a lifetime into one attack. Chu Yang's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was too weak. He had to admit that the people from the East Continent were indeed much stronger than the people from the Eastern Wilderness. If it were only the four sovereigns and the monster kings of the monster race, he would not care about them at all. He could kill them with the devil martial soul. Chapter 956. In the name of the devil, I summon hell. Hell descend. Rumble. Demonic chi surged out of the gate of hell, followed by the water of the yellow springs and hellfire. Howls of agony resounded, and demonic chi filled the air. Wong, wong, wong. At this time, the realm cauldron that suppressed the eastern wilderness vibrated, as if issuing a warning. The eastern wilderness's space-time was faintly becoming more compatible with Chu Yang. He was about to become one with the eastern wilderness. The four emperors of the four countries and the various kings of the Yao race were shocked. Not good. He's about to brand his nascent spirit into the eastern wilderness's essence. If he succeeds, he'll be the ruler of the eastern wilderness. They immediately saw the clues. Don't panic. It's fine even if he succeeds. With the realm cauldron suppressing the eastern wilderness, it's useless even if he's the ruler of the eastern wilderness. We can still suppress him. Although Si Hao Miao said this, his expression was solemn. He had just launched a sneak attack on Chu Yang, but had failed. The so-called gate of hell was far more shocking than he had imagined. A divine sword appeared in his hand. He stabbed out, aiming for Chu Yang's throat. The so-called gate of hell has its limits. He won't be able to hold on for long. Kill him. Senior brother Hao Miao is right. It's useless even if he places his nascent spirit in the eastern wilderness. Let's see how long he can hold on. Rumble. There was almost no gap. After Si Hao Miao made his move, the others followed suit. Their attacks all gathered together and struck a single spot. It was an attack that could destroy heaven and earth. No one in the eastern wilderness could block. Crack, crack. A crack appeared on the gate of hell. This was the gate of hell, but this was the gate of hell in the eastern wilderness. The eastern wilderness was incomparably weak. In comparison, the hell in the eastern wilderness was also incomparably weak. Take the void in the eastern wilderness, for example. A mere peak 5th level soul fusion realm cultivator couldn't withstand it. The eastern wilderness should have been destroyed in the first place, but it had been struggling at death's door until now. If not for the fact that it was connected to the origin world, it would have been destroyed long ago. A huge destructive force was transmitted to Chu Yang's body. His body trembled continuously, and his internal organs were injured. His body cracked open, and arrows of blood shot out. Just a little bit more, that so-called Hell's Gate will be broken. Si Hao Miao was overjoyed. So what if he has the devil martial spirit? Everyone, let's work harder. Chop him into pieces. Wang. Just as the attack was about to reach them, the void suddenly trembled. Then a demonic sound rang out, rolling into their ears, corroding their minds and minds. Foolish people, I am the Lord. I am omnipotent. I am immortal, and no one can kill me. At this moment, Chu Yang also laughed. The place where he was standing had strangely become the center of the eastern wilderness. It was as if he was the origin of the eastern wilderness. All the attacks that landed on his body were channeled into the void and disappeared. Si Hao Miao and the others' killing moves were about to break the gate of hell and kill Chu Yang. However, at this moment, the wind and clouds were unpredictable. Chu Yang's body underwent a great change. His body merged with the heavens and earth. He was the eastern wilderness, and the eastern wilderness was him. The god martial spirit had completely branded Chu Yang's primordial spirit into the origin of the eastern wilderness. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.